Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. To your point, this podium is always hot, and the witness mic is always hot. For whatever reason, I know it's always been like that when I came in. These are toggle switches out here, so, yeah.
Is there anything else in the file, any other mics that were?
That's basically because usually inexperienced people in the witness stand, I think, and I'm not sure about the podium, but.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Mitchell joining.
Hello, Commissioner Mitchell. We can hear you. This is the hearing room.
Thanks, Brian. I can hear you fine.
Thank you. Hi, Derek. This is the hearing room. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Good morning.
Great. Good morning. We can hear you and see you fine. So you might mute yourself and stand by until called upon.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's August 28th, 2025. This is a hearing in the Missouri Public Service Commission case WC 2025-0204, Jim Moriarty, Complainant versus Missouri American Water Company as the respondent. It's 9 a.m. I'm Carolyn Walker, the regulatory law judge assigned to the case before the commission. The court reporter Sherry Bartels is here, and she will be recording the case. So as I start, I would like to record entry of appearances for the record. The complainant, Mr. Moriarty, can you please state your name for the record? You don't have to give your address or any other information because that information is not public unless you choose to make it so.
Fred James Moriarty. I live in the suburbs of St. Louis. I'm the complainant.
Thank you. Staff counsel?
Carolyn Kerr, Staff Counsel here for Public Service Commission.
Missouri American Water Company?
Yes, Your Honor, Dean Cooper from the law firm of Bryden Swearingen in England, PC, as well as Jennifer Coleman from Missouri American Water Company, appearing on behalf of the company.
Okay, welcome, everyone. We're going to start with opening statements. Mr. Moriarty, as the complainant, you get to go first, and this is your opportunity to tell the commission what your case is about. Not to testify, you'll have an opportunity to do that in a few minutes. I understand that you want to stay at your desk to speak, and that is perfectly acceptable.
If I may.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So go ahead and make your opening statement to lay out your case.
Judge Walker, Anna Martin from the Office of the
Oh.
Public Counsel is also here.
I am so sorry,
It's
Anna.
okay. I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record.
I do too. Mr. Moriarty, go ahead.
I learned more about the My Water application from the company witness in the rate case than I have through my calls to customer service or the answer to the complaint or the staff report. Even though the witness in the rate case said the company felt it not the appropriate venue to hear the pleadings in my complaint. The company explanation of always negative adjustments in the 30 days report is still my primary goal here. And if that's not provided, I still feel they should refund all customers that experience those negative adjustments on the 30-day report. I don't think the My Water application is a good tool from a customer's point of view to manage water usage or to verify billing accuracy. It's not independent of the billing system. So we need an alternative, and we need an alternative to the meter pit. I haven't been able to read my pit in over a week, my meter in the pit for over a week because of my recent accident. I have one request that I hope the company and staff will agree to, and that is that the company witnesses go before the staff witness, because it could minimize the number of questions I have to ask today. In fact, in my opinion, the staff report may have been unnecessary if the answer to the complaint would have addressed the issues in the complaint. And I might have agreed to mediation and avoid this hearing today. Thank you.
Okay, staff counsel, opening statements. Oh, are there any questions from the bench? Commissioner Hahn is joining us. Commissioner Mitchell is online.
Judge, this is Commissioner Kochmeyer. I'm online too, as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. May it please the Commission. My name is Carolyn Kerr, and I'm an attorney with the Staff Counsel's Office of the Missouri Public Service Commission. This case boils down to Mr. Moriarty's troubles using and interacting with Missouri American Water Company, or MAWC's customer interface portal, My Water, and whether MAWC has made changes or modifications to the portal which would allow him access to the information he seeks about his water usage at his home. He also has concerns regarding his meter readings, leak adjustment requests, his meter being moved, and the company's customer services ability to respond to his questions regarding the My Water portal. Mr. Moriarty alleges violations of several sections of 20 CSR 4240-13 relating to MAWC service and billing practices for residential customers. Upon receiving his complaint, staff spoke to Mr. Moriarty and issued several data requests to the company. There were communications between staff and the company as well. Mr. Moriarty and MAWC have been dealing with these issues for at least 2 years, and both sides would like some resolution of the issues. Mr. Moriarty alleges violations of 5 regulations by MAWC, specifically 20 CSR 4240-13.0251A, dealing with billing adjustments, and 13.0401, .0402A, .0403G, and .0405, dealing with inquiries. Staff concluded in its report that MAWC has not violated any of the regulations cited or alleged by Mr. Moriarty. Staff does note, however, that MAWC has made quite a few internal changes to correct usage display errors on MyWater identified by Mr. Moriarty. It is staff's understanding that MAWC intends to implement further modifications to the portal to benefit its customers. A thorough explanation of the investigation and reasoning behind the staff's conclusion is found in the staff report, which has been marked as an exhibit and was prepared by Lisa Stockman. She's here to testify on behalf of staff and can answer questions regarding her investigation and subsequent report as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Missouri American Water, do we have any questions for the bench first?
I take it OPC has no opening statement.
The OPC does not have an opening statement at this time. Thank you.
We do have some slides that Ms. Coleman's going to pass out.
Thank you.
Good morning. Dean Cooper appearing for Missouri American Water Company. As staff referenced, a complaint case is really a statutory-driven process. It's for the purpose of determining whether there's been a violation of statute, rule, order, or tariff. Mr. Moriarty's complaint specifies 5 commission rules or portions of rules he alleges MAWC has violated. As I'll address specifically later, MAWC takes the position there's been no such violation in this case. Having said this, much of the discussion in the testimony, and indeed Mr. Moriarty's opening, is about the MyWater application. The slide on the board right now provides a snapshot of what customers see when they log into MyWater. MyWater is an internet application that allows the customer to make a payment, view current and past bills, and enroll in or stop auto pay and paperless billing. They can also submit service requests, including move-ins, move-outs, and establishing new service. MyWater allows customers to report water quality concerns, damage, or emergencies, and to create a service order. Customers can also manage their accounts by resetting passwords, updating phone numbers and email addresses, and setting alert notification preferences. Further, they can add authorized users and enroll in payment assistant programs, installment plans, or budget billing through MyWater. As alluded to again previously, the MyWater discussion here primarily revolves around the usage charts that were first implemented in December of 2023 for those customers that had AMI meters then, and of course for those that later received AMI meters. And there are many customers in Missouri that still do not have AMI meters, so for those customers that obtain AMI meters in the future. The usage display feature of the MyWater system continues to be refined and improved. Missouri American witness Tarza discusses in his testimony and will discuss in his rebuttal changes that have been made over the last year and will be made soon to attempt to provide customers with the best information the company can within technological limitations. That process is expected to continue going forward, and a list of many of those recent improvements can be found on this slide. As mentioned by witness Tarza, some of these changes have been a direct result of comments made by Mr. Moriarty and communications and discussions that have been had with him. While I'd certainly rather not be trying a complaint case today, the company's conversations and interactions with Mr. Moriarty have resulted in enhancements that should benefit all customers. Mr. Moriarty has been particularly consistent with his review of the data in My Water as it relates to his usage display, and has provided some observations the company has not received from any other customers. Now, Mr. Moriarty also mentioned the rate case that was completed recently, WR 2024-0320. And he's correct that the My Water application, and sort of in a related way, his later to be filed complaint was a subject in that rate case. You may remember that as a part of one of the stipulations and agreements in that case, Missouri American agreed to provide a presentation to the staff and OPC regarding the My Water status and improvements, and that meeting took place on August 11th. It also agreed to provide a report to the commission as a follow-up within the rate case within 30 days after that meeting, so that will be done by September 10th. And the company further agreed to discuss the My Water status and improvements on an ongoing basis in its quarterly meetings with staff and OPC. So that, regardless of what we do today, regardless what happens in this case, that will continue. While My Water is useful for many purposes, it is important to note that it is not a billing system. AMI information is sent to the billing application separately from the My Water application. Thus, while the My Water application display can, at least hopefully, be useful to the customer, it does not impact bills that are sent to the customer. Monthly bills are developed based on only 2 meter reads, the ending read from the prior month and the ending read from the current month. The earlier read is subtracted from the more recent read to determine volumes to be billed. There is some rounding that exists in that process. We think it can be helpful to think about the meter reading as similar, for purposes of billing, as similar to the odometer on a car. It is never reset to 0 and continues to record the volume of water flowing through it as an ever-growing number. So for example, if I'm curious as to the amount of miles I drive in my car on a monthly basis, as long as I check the odometer at the beginning of the month and check the odometer at the end of the month, I can determine that number of miles for that month. Now, I may be curious, I may want to know how much I drive in between, so I can check the odometer each day and compute the mileage for that day. However, again, at the end of the month, even if I didn't record the daily mileage for one day, I still know how many total miles I drove that month by subtracting the beginning odometer reading from the ending odometer reading. The company's data transfer process is demonstrated on the slide you see on the screen. It starts at the meter and continues to the red square. And let me say, during that portion of the data transfer process, it is a cellular transmission, so it's dependent upon the cellular network and that transmission being completed. At the red square, that represents the data the company receives from each manufacturer's head-end system at the company's data collection point. The data is then distributed to the My Water application, the billing system, and for other uses such as the statutorily required sharing of data Missouri American must do with MSD. I mentioned earlier there are 5 commission rule violations alleged in the complaint. The first of those is, and all these are in Chapter 13 of the Commission's rules, but 13.0251A addresses billing errors and what is to be done in the event of an overcharge. We certainly believe there are no billing errors shown in this case. Billing is separate from the My Water display. The meter readings for Mr. Moriarty's account match the amounts he has been billed after truncation to the nearest 100 gallons of usage. The second alleged rule violation is 13.0401, which provides the utility shall adopt procedures which shall ensure the prompt receipt, thorough investigation, and where possible, mutually acceptable resolution of customer inquiries. The company has a call center that is available to its customers. Those inquiries are typically handled by customer care agents. If that CCA is unable to resolve or address the inquiry to the customer's satisfaction, MAWC has a call escalation process that allows the CCA to follow the process, which includes directing the company to a supervisor. The company also has an account resolution team that handles complaints and inquiries that are not resolved by the CCA. I would say further, in April of 2025, the CCAs and supervisors received additional guidance on appropriate escalation of complaints related specifically to My Water, including access to individuals with IT background to assist in resolving any issues. So does that work? It doesn't. I mean, we're standing here today. It doesn't work in every instance, but it works in many instances, and there is a process for dealing with those sorts of inquiries. The third alleged rule violation, which is 13.0402A, provides that a utility shall establish personnel procedures which ensure that at all times during normal business hours, qualified personnel shall be available and prepared to receive and respond to all customer inquiries, service requests, safety concerns, and complaints. The company's call center is staffed Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for customer concerns. Customers can call 24 hours a day for emergencies, such as where the water is off or water is leaking. The fourth alleged violation is 13.0403G, which provides that a utility shall prepare in written form information in plain language summarizing rights and responsibilities and an explanation of meter reading procedures. The company has a written customer rights and responsibilities document it shares with new customers. This document is also available on the company's website. The company has a document titled How to Read Your Water Meter that provides a written description of the process for different water meters the company utilizes, of which there are three, I believe, Aclara, Neptune, and Badger. This can also be found on the website. The final rule violation alleged is 13.0405, which provides that the utility must maintain certain records for at least 2 years. Those specified records are payment performance of each of its customers for each billing period, number and general description of complaints registered with the utility, number of settlement agreements made by the utility, the actual number of discontinuances of service due to 4 listed categories, actual number of reconnections, and actual number of and amounts of refunds of deposits. MAWC does maintain such records for at least 2 years. This slide provides a high-level timeline of MAWC's interactions with Mr. Moriarty, starting with the November 2023 contacts through the filing of the formal complaint and a few subsequent actions this year. Now, as you probably heard in the statement of appearances for us, or appearance of counsel, also appearing on behalf of Missouri American today will be Ms. Jennifer Coleman. Ms. Coleman is an in-house counsel for Missouri American whose office is here in Jefferson City. She started with the company in January of 2025. She has been licensed to practice by North Carolina, and as of July of 2025, she has completed the process to also be licensed in Missouri. She has previous utility-related experience in her employment with Tucson Electric Power Company and Pro Energy Services, LLC. And as you would guess, this will be her first appearance before the Missouri Public Service Commission. Missouri American will present 2 witnesses today, Mr. Paul Ebler and Derek Tarza, who I mentioned previously. Mr. Ebler is Senior Manager Operations Services, which includes responsibility for a variety of functions, to include meter operations and customer experience. Paul is with us in the hearing room today. Mr. Tarza is Senior Manager, Customer Digital Products and Innovation, which among other things means he is intimately familiar with the MyWater application. As you probably are aware, Mr. Tarza is on a family trip to Spain for a relative's graduation and is currently located about 20 minutes south of Barcelona. We've tested his connection yesterday and this morning. He is online, and we believe he'll be able to appear nicely by WebEx for his testimony. However, if something should go wrong with that connection, we have in the hearing room Mr. Matthew Prine, who is Vice President, Chief Customer Officer for American Water, and Mr. Prine would, in that situation, adopt Mr. Tarza's testimony and take the stand. I just mentioned that both Mr. Tarza and Mr. Ebler have interacted with Mr. Moriarty in the past and provide testimony regarding the issues described. And that's all that I have. If there are any questions, we can answer those.
Are there any commission questions? Okay,
Thank you.
hearing none, we will proceed to testimony. Mr. Moriarty? Let me swear you in. You raise your right hand. You promise to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, before we start, can we decide how we're going to do exhibits?
Well, I was just gonna mark them as you
As we,
enter them.
as we enter them, okay. Thank you.
Did you have a different procedure you would like?
No, I just wanted to make sure that we had, okay, thank you.
Mr. Moriarty, go ahead.
I pre-filed my testimony, so I'm open to questions.
Okay, Mr. Moriarty, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions to make sure that your testimony is properly admitted,
Okay.
okay? Did you file or cause to file your pre-filed testimony?
I did.
Were the answers true and accurate at the time you filed the testimony?
They were.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes,
Okay, would you like this testimony admitted into the record?
I would.
All right, we're going to file that as exhibit number 1. Offered by Mr. Moriarty. Are there any objections? It will be received and admitted. Mr. Moriarty, do you have anything to add to your testimony?
Only that I continue to see problems with the MyWater application, and I would probably cover those during cross-examination of the company witnesses.
Is there any cross-examination? Staff?
No questions at this time.
Office of Public Counsel?
No questions.
Missouri American Water Company?
No question.
Questions from the commission? Okay, hearing none, we will continue. I'm gonna let the parties decide. Mr. Moriarty has asked that you go out of order. I'm gonna let you all decide if that's okay with you or not.
We're okay with that then.
That's fine.
Okay, the parties all acceding to that order. Let's proceed.
Okay. Missouri American would call Mr. Paul Ebler to the stand.
Mr. Ebler, can you raise your right hand? Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
Am I up first?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Moriarty. I was delayed in doing what I need to do here, so. Mr. Ebler, would you state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Paul Ebler, Ebbeler.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Missouri American Water. I'm a senior manager for operational services.
Have you caused to be prepared for purposes of this case certain direct testimony and question and answer form?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, we would, I assume, mark that as Exhibit 2 for identification.
So marked.
Mr. Ebler, if I were to ask you the questions contained in Exhibit 2 today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are they true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Any objections? Hearing none, it will be received.
Pursuant to the Commission's order, we have some rebuttal for Mr. Ebler that I would go through next, if that's acceptable.
That is acceptable.
Mr. Ebler, in Mr. Moriarty's direct testimony, he suggests that there's a potential for refunds that could result from the MyWater application, lowering gallons on the 29th day. It was referenced in his complaint. It was also referenced today, for that matter. Is that MyWater usage display connected to customer bills sent by the company?
No, it is not.
What is the source of reads for the bills sent by the company?
It is our meter data management system, which may be referred to as C4E.
And for the purpose of billing, what reads are significant?
There's a read that's obtained at the time or the meter read date for a particular month. That read is compared to the read that we obtained the prior month. Calculating the difference between those two is the usage, similar to the odometer example you mentioned, read to read.
And those reads are not pulled from the MyWater application, are they?
That is correct, they are not.
Your Honor, I want to mark an exhibit. This will be Exhibit 3, I guess. And it was on our list of exhibits described as customer bill reads compared to AMI meter reads. These are Mr. Moriarty's, or is Mr. Moriarty's data, so the exhibit has been marked as confidential.
Thank you.
Mr. Ebler, do you have before you what's been marked as Exhibit 2 for identification?
Yes, I do.
I think you mean 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ebler, do you have before you what's been marked as Exhibit 3 for identification?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a comparison of the meter readings used for billing and the meter reads obtained from our AMI head-end system.
Is it your head-end system or is it that of the meter manufacturer?
From the meter manufacturer's head-end system.
Was this document prepared by you?
Yes, it was.
To the left, there is a series of columns under the title Billing Meter Reading Data. Tell me what that is.
Each line shows the meter read date that was used for billing. So for example, the top line, 8/5, that was the meter reading date we used for billing in August. And the meter read was 1513, which is what is on his bill.
Okay. Let's kind of stay away from the particular numbers, I guess, for the time being here. In that same set of columns, there are some horizontal lines that are marked or shaded in gray. What's represented by those lines?
Those are meter readings that we obtained between bill cycles. So they weren't used for billing because they were obtained between or during his meter read period.
And would they have represented, at least in some cases, actual viewing of the meter itself?
Yes.
And is that the reason for the under meter reading reason, most of these are 01 and those are 10 or 10? Is that what's represented by that meter reading reason?
Yes, in our system, that's represented as a service order read.
To the right side of the document, it says AMI reading data over a series of columns. What's represented on that side of the sheet?
That is the first read we obtained on each of those days and the last read we obtained on each of those days.
Now, on the following pages, there's some other information represented. What are on those following pages?
This is the August bill that we sent to Mr. Moriarty.
What, if anything, after you completed this exercise, did you conclude from your review?
On the third page of the bill shows the meter read dates and the meter reads. So I concluded that they matched the meter reads that we had obtained on those days.
Was that true of the other bills that you reviewed as a part of this process?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Any objections? Hearing none, it will be admitted.
Now, Mr. Moriarty suggests that the water quantities in my water are shown in my water are downstream of the billing system. Do you agree with this characterization?
No, I do not.
How would you describe it?
We get the reads from the manufacturer's head-end systems into our American Water meter data management system. And from our meter data management system, various systems consume that data. So we calculate bills directly by pulling data from the MDMS. My water is populated from the data in the MDMS.
Now, is there a difference in the amount of data needed for the billing system as opposed to the amount of data needed for the My Water usage display?
Yes.
What data is needed, and you have touched on this before, but what data is needed for the billing system?
Just a meter read and a meter read date, along with what we used the prior month for the meter read and the meter read date.
So essentially 2 reads.
Correct.
In comparison, how much data or how many reads are needed for the My Water system, for example, for a 24-hour usage report?
You would need 24 reads, 1 for each hour.
In his Well, let me ask you this. Mr. Moriarty asked that all customer service be provided in the customer's own state or an adjoining state. How does the company currently address customer service?
We have a centralized customer service department so that our customer care agents can be specialized. Some of the advantages to that allow us a larger pool of professionals to hire. It allows a more efficient means to implement changes or conduct training. And the larger number of employees for our larger footprint allows us to better handle customer inquiries when there may be an unexpected call volume spike.
Now, also in his testimony, Mr. Moriarty suggests that the day and time of meter readings should be shown on a customer's bill. What does Missouri American's bill currently show?
Just the meter read and the meter read date, along with the consumption calculated from the meter read and dates.
To your knowledge, is Missouri American currently capable of showing a meter read time on a bill?
Not currently, no.
Mr. Moriarty suggests that during 2024, Missouri American hung up on him on many occasions. Now, have you reviewed the recordings of calls between the call center and Mr. Moriarty?
I have reviewed the available calls.
Do you acknowledge that some calls were disconnected or dropped unexpectedly?
Yes.
Can you tell what happened in those instances?
I could not tell what happened, correct.
If the company did determine that a CCA hung up on a customer, what would be the consequence of that?
The situation would be reviewed for discipline for that CCA.
As to the customer service center or contact center, have there been changes implemented recently?
Yes, we've recently moved some of the call handling supporting software to the cloud, a cloud-based system. And along with that, we have a virtual assistant to help our CCAs provide better customer service by directing them based on keywords said to places on the account to help answer questions better. It also, another benefit is that it has some artificial intelligence built in to help summarize the discussion between the customer and our customer care agents. Those are some of the advantages.
And when we say it was recently implemented, was the implementation just started at the end of 2024, is that correct?
That sounds right.
November, December, late 2024 anyway.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. That's all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
Before we go any further, Mr. Moriarty, this exhibit is listed as confidential, and I would like to know if you would allow your information to be public.
Yes.
Yes? All right. It will be admitted as is. And in terms of cross-examination, I think we're going to use the same procedure that the parties have agreed to, and that's the complainant will go first, then staff, then OPC, unless someone has an objection. Mr. Moriarty?
I would prefer to get the company's witnesses before the staff.
We're going to do that, but you have the right to ask Mr. Ebler cross-examination questions at this point.
Just on this document?
Anything, yeah, anything that he's
Or anything,
testified to,
okay.
as well as the document.
Well, let's talk about this document first. These are the readings from the manufacturer.
The left,
Who's the manufacturer?
your meter endpoint is a Badger. Badger is the manufacturer.
I'm sorry. If the customer receives two different numbers, gallons reported for the same day from the company, is it legitimate for the customer to question which one is correct?
I could understand why you would question that. From the My Water app.
And does that customer deserve an explanation?
Yes.
May I call you Paul?
Sure.
Paul, what role did you have in the preparation of the company's answer to my complaint?
I mean, I consulted.
Objection. The answer is a document that was filed by counsel on behalf of the company, and any interaction between counsel and employees of the company in preparation of that document would be privileged.
Overruled.
On page 3 of your testimony, you described your responsibilities as senior manager operations, and one of those responsibilities is employee training. Operations does not include customer service, is that correct?
Customer service,
The call center specifically.
correct.
Okay. So employee training, your employee training then does not include any training of the CCAs, is that correct?
Not directly from myself. We work with our customer service organization in a partnership. So I have influence and ability to help with that. So
Does your office receive copies of your customers who contact the call center? Of the contact notes?
it is in our system, so any employee would be able to view those comments.
So it's not a normal part of your department's or your organization's duties to review the contact notes that are coming in for customers that you serve?
For escalated issues or inquiries, it would perhaps come to our office for review.
Can you expand on expedited issues? What does that encompass?
Sure. That would include if there's a public service complaint, for one. There are sometimes very unique situations that come up where, again, we are in partnership with our customer service organization, and if things come up that we need to help answer questions, that's where we would get involved.
Paul, please explain your responsibilities regarding data management and data integrity, which you included in your responsibilities.
Well,
In fact, let me be more specific. Let's limit that question to the My Water application.
So I think we have another, my counterpart, Derek, was going to be getting into more of the details surrounding the My Water application and how it uses our data from our systems.
Okay. What department or group in the company was responsible for the development of My Water?
That would be addressed in Derek's
Derek.
testimony and questions.
Were you involved in the testing at all?
There were a lot of employees involved in testing, and yes, I was small part of a very large effort to test various functions.
On page 5 of your testimony, and specifically on about line 4. You discuss data transfer. Who or what other systems in the company have access to the transmitter head-end system?
The manufacturer's head-end system is something available to a relatively smaller group of employees. I am one of those employees who have access to the manufacturer's head-end system.
Does that include field reps? They come out to the home?
Some do, although it's not generally their primary source that they would use, but
Because the reps that came to my home had a laptop computer, and they showed me my current consumption on the laptop computer. And that's actually what I thought I was gonna be getting access to when they moved my meter outside. And they said, you'd continue to have access to your current meter data. I don't see that same information in my water, do I?
correct. You're seeing, we have multiple types of head-end systems, which I think was mentioned. Badger is the meter that you have, and they have a head-end system. We also have Neptune meters and endpoints that have a head-end system, and Aclara that has a head-end system. So, no, you're seeing all the data from those head-end systems go to our meter data management system, and from the meter data management system, we're presenting the data to you through My Water.
But not the field reps that come to my home. They have, direct access to the, is it correct to talk about the cloud and the head-end system as one and the same?
Well, there's kind of two clouds. You could call the manufacturer's head-end systems a cloud themselves individually, but then we also have our meter data management system, which is our cloud. So we get...
But the manufacturer's cloud feeds your...
That is correct.
So the manufacturer cloud gets the data first.
That is correct.
How often?
It depends on the particular endpoint, but in general, like 4 times a day, there's a call out to bring data from the meters into the manufacturer's head-end system. So in theory, it would update 3 to 4 times a day.
Who's the manufacturer on the cloud then? That's not Badger.
Yeah, it is Badger.
That is Badger, okay. Okay, turning to page 6 of your testimony. I'm going to say about line 22. You start a discussion of AMI enabling the company to read data every 15 minutes or every hour. What functions have access every 15 minutes?
I don't believe that we have that anywhere, not in the manufacturer's head-end systems.
So not even the cloud?
Correct.
So everything would be every hour then, is what
No,
in actuality is happening?
No, it'd be 3 or 4 times a day. In order to conserve battery, the meter transmitters can't continuously feed data into the cloud, the head-ends cloud. It's called upon 3 to 4 times a day.
That's to the cloud. And everything downstream of that would probably be less often?
Correct.
Do you have the formal complaint with you? Specifically the exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Can you look at Exhibit A? That's the email from My Water to, I assume, all customers. Headed,
Yes.
Get hourly water usage data.
Yes.
Okay, read the sentence immediately below the big graph at the top of the page. Starts out at American Water.
At American Water, many of our customers enjoy the benefits of advanced metering infrastructure, AMI. AMI meters are high-tech water meters that allow customers to track their up-to-the-hour water through My Water.
What does the up to the hour mean?
I would say you would probably read that to say up to the most recent hour, last hour.
On page 2, please read the sentence immediately below the title, AMI meter benefits at the bottom of the page. It starts out, in addition.
In addition to providing customers with access to real-time data, AMI meters provide the following benefits.
So what does real time mean?
That would imply up to the hour, like in the previous section that it said.
I think I got one more question on that exhibit.
Ma-
At the top of page 2, there's 3 bullet points.
Better understand your water usage, that?
Yeah, I want you to read the 3rd bullet point, get improved customer service.
Okay, get improved customer service with AMI. American Water can access your water meter data immediately without having to send out a field service representative. You can access the same data we have to work with our customer service teams to determine if there is an issue that requires a field service representative visit.
What does immediately mean?
It would imply at least up to the hour, like the
So
previous.
the field rep has access up to the hour.
Well, let me say that this has since been clarified. You did bring this to our attention about it using the term real time, and based on that feedback, we recognize that that was not accurate to say that it's up to date, real time. So that's been modified to clarify we can provide hourly data, but it's not necessarily up to the most recent hour or immediate.
And where as you present that information?
We did update it on My Water specifically. It does now have a notice at the bottom that says this is not real-time data, but it does label, as this chart does, the date and the hour. So it tells you what hour and days we have, and it also says we don't have up to the hour data.
Are you aware that that information is not being printed on the reports? The 24-hour and the 30-day reports?
You mean the clause reminding?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of that, but it does have a date and timestamp to which that usage is being calculated on the download. But it doesn't specifically say this is not up to date.
Well, I looked a long time to find that information, and I found it on the screen. When the report's presented on the screen, it reads that across. In fact, I had a problem with the wording. But it's not being printed on the printed report. That's why it took me so long to find it, because I print the reports and then I look at them, and that information, I'm sorry, is not getting to the reports. It's showing on the screen before you print the report. When you print it, that does not show up. You weren't aware of that?
I was not aware that it didn't print on the report, but I might not expect it to, because the report states the hours and dates for each of the usage. So when you print the report, it specifies what days and hours it's presenting.
But as we agreed on, when we reviewed Exhibit A, it's not real time and it's not up to the hour.
Correct, and we have since updated that, that image, that presentation that we have in My Water that shows this chart has now been updated to specify that it's not necessarily up to the hour.
But it's not getting to the printed report.
It's not showing that on the printed, correct.
On page 8 of your direct testimony, starting on about line 3, you indicate a customer's bill is determined by subtracting the previous meter reading from the first day of the billing cycle from the current meter reading on the last day of the billing cycle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the to date, I'm sorry, the from date is the one that's displayed first on the customer's bill. Is that a full 24 hours for that day?
Well, we never...
What time is the meter read normally?
We've never, been particular about the time of day, even when meters used to be read manually. Many years ago, somebody would walk the route and read the meters. I mean, we don't typically associate time as an importance. We make sure that the read is obtained on that day.
Does that hold true of the to date also?
That is correct.
So there could be 1 hour from the date, 1 hour from the to date.
Could be 1 a.m. on one of the days, and it could be 3 p.m. on the other.
So this could be up to 48 hours short if both days are only a fraction of an hour.
Potentially. In general, our systems do pull in the first read of the day, but if there's some type of delay, we've always been, made sure that we have a read on the particular day of the read, and the hours have not been, of huge concerns. But in general, we do use the first available read for that day. So
That's what I would expect. And that would be true of the to date also?
yes, and back to the
But it's not through the to date, it's only at the beginning of the to date.
that is correct. The meter reads are obtained at some time during the day, midnight to midnight, on the meter read date.
I don't know if you've read my direct testimony, but I was exploring some areas in there about how possibly a footnote on this bill could clear up a lot of things for the customer. If you said something to the effect that it's early in the day on the from date and early in the day from the to date, which means it's really through the day before the to date. I'm just looking for solutions here.
Sure.
And if there's any way to clean this up with a footnote, I think it would be very helpful to the customer.
That's a suggestion we can take back and consider.
Well, it's in my
Additional
direct
improvements.
testimony, so
Yeah.
further on down on that same page, line 21. You mentioned, you start a sentence that says the company worked closely with Mr. Moriarty after he filed his complaint. Why does it take a formal complaint to get the local office to work closely with a customer?
It doesn't. In this case, you had very good detailed questions in regards to the MyWater app and the presentment of the data, but it was relatively newly deployed. So there were some technical opportunities to clarify some of the presentation that we had, which you made some suggestions. There were also, we were at the beginning stages of training all of our employees to view it. So with the technical questions, it didn't seem to get to the level that you were looking for, and that's why it was then brought to our attention through your complaint.
I think on page 16 of your testimony, lines 11, starting on about line 11 or 12, yeah, line 11, you say, CCAs received additional guidance, and CCAs and supervisors received additional guidance. Who gave that guidance?
We have a training department within our customer service organization, and like I mentioned, this was a newer technology that we were trying to get across, so it was a continual effort to get everybody fully trained and with the ability to properly understand and troubleshoot with customers. So
Do you understand? Do you know what topics that guidance covered?
it would, I don't know
Did it
specifically.
cover MyWater?
Yes.
Do you know if any changes were made in regards to how CCAs and the supervisors handled questions about MyWater?
The continual training that would have been provided would be to enhance their knowledge and skills to answer customer questions for the MyWater app, including the usage display portion.
Do CCAs even have access to MyWater?
Yes.
As of when?
When there was that process of rolling out, I don't have the specific date, but
Because I had at least 2 CCAs tell me they don't have access to MyWater usage.
That was early in our deployment of the new functionality in My Water.
So that could have been changed recently?
Yes.
Do you have the data request, the staff data request with you? If not, I've got a copy of the one I want to question you on.
I do not.
All right, I'll bring it.
Mr. Moriarty, what number DR are you
I
referring to?
think it's 0006. Specifically, page 1 of 7.
Thank you.
I think I do have that.
Oh, you do have it?
Yeah, 0006. And what page?
Page 1. Page 1 of 7. Can you read the second to the last sentence at the bottom of the page? Starts out, we request.
Okay. We request that a supervisor or IT associate with more knowledge on how the system works and handle Mr. Jim to enlighten him on how the system works. We informed him that we will pull this request in for him and document it.
That was from a field rep, Posey Carter, whom I assume works for you, or
He works in our operations.
your operations. I'm also gonna give you Exhibit I from the formal complaint. And page 1 is what Jose sent to me to review. I pointed out one minor error that didn't get corrected, but that's not important. Turn to page 2. This is a letter I received from Camden, New Jersey, May 30th, about 2 weeks after Jose and Paul, different Paul, were at my home. And during that visit, I shared with them the 30-day reports and the 24-hour reports, which at the time, there was a discrepancy of hundreds of gallons. And one day was 100 gallons, I think, and the other day was 200-gallon discrepancy between, if you added up the 24 hours and what it was reporting for the day. And I assume this letter is in response to that visit. It doesn't say so. It says investigate your higher than expected water bill, and I never made a complaint about the water bill.
Yeah, I can elaborate on that. So when we sent the field visit, it was sent under the potential high bill concern complaint. That was the service order that was initiated in our system to send out Paul and Jose, I believe. So upon completion of that service order, generally what we do is validate that the meter read is in line with what your last build read was. So this is basically clarifying that based on that visit, your billing is accurate. But I understand you were more interested in the My Water usage presentation,
Well,
and that doesn't really address.
That and the fact that the lid
Objection.
on my,
Excuse me,
Can the witness finish
Mr.
answering?
Moriarty, you need to let Mr. Eadler finish. and then talk, because it's
Sorry.
really difficult for the court reporter to
Sorry.
type two people. I know it's really hard. But if you could go ahead and finish your answer, and then Mr. Eve will go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. No problem. So, our letter after a service visit generally addresses, you know, what a customer would have been concerned with in regards to their billing. So this letter, went out to say basically your bill is accurate, but I understand your main concern was the presentation of the usage we're presenting on my water. So, you know, the letter's not really addressing what your real issue was, which was what you were seeing in my water.
Well, that plus the lid on my meter pit was bolted shut. And so one of the things I had them do was change the cover so that I could get into the pit. I did not even know about no, that was a different visit. Why is this letter from Camden not signed?
This is a letter from our customer service department, or probably our disputes department. These aren't generally signed letters.
There's no greater frustration to a customer than to receive a letter that's unsigned and you don't know who you're dealing with. If I called that number, I wouldn't even know who to ask for. Turn to page 3. This was a letter that I sent back to Camden the day after I think I received this letter, or maybe it's a longer period. I don't remember when I received this May 30th letter, but I thought it was like the day after. So I may have received it on June 6th. On June 7th, I wrote this letter, which is page 3. And I went into the explanation of 272 gallons, 110 gallons more than reported for the day, and the 200-gallon variance on the following day. I never received a response on this letter. Never got an answer.
Is there a question?
Yeah, why?
Without going in and looking, I can't answer that. I know there were several conversations that had taken place that may have been on or around this period that, but I can't speak to that specifically.
Did your office receive either of these letters, the one sent to me or the one I sent back?
We would have a copy of the one that was sent to you?
In the computer somewhere,
Right.
so that it doesn't ensure that anybody ever looked at it from your office.
From the letter we sent you?
Either one. You said you'd have both of them in the system. But that doesn't mean anybody from your office ever looked at either letter.
Somebody from our office would have likely generated the letter to go out. The one that said
Even though it's from Camden, says it's from Camden. That might be, yeah, at the very top. P.O. Box, Camden, New Jersey.
This letter came from our customer service organization, and that is our corporate address.
So it could have come locally? Could have been generated locally?
We have a print vendor, so it's a little more complicated than that, but yes. I mean, it was generated through our standard process of how we send all customer correspondence.
Okay. I was just curious why it didn't generate more interest within the company.
Before we continue, I'm going to take judicial notice of the formal complaint and make it part of the record. Are there any objections?
I think it's even a part of Mr. Moriarty's testimony that would have been
Made it
admitted
attachments.
earlier, so.
He's not testifying now, so thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hearing no other objections, I'm going to go ahead and admit it and mark it Exhibit 4. And that way we'll all know what we're looking at and talking about.
Let's turn to the data request 0012.
I'm not sure if I
You
have
have that?
that.
I've got a copy for you. The message that appears sometimes in my water when you try to access the reports, all you get back is no date to display. What causes this message to appear?
I believe Derek has that to address in his testimony.
Do you know if it's been fixed?
I think Derek has that in his testimony
Okay.
to address, and
I have that back then. I'll save that for Derek. Thank you, Paul. This is the 30-day report. And the 24 hours report. For the 24th. August. This is last week. last few days. If you could turn to the, I think it's the second to last page, which is the PDF of the 30-day, I'm sorry, the 24-hour. Is that correct?
Mr. Moriarty, do you have copies for others to look at, what you've handed out?
I apologize for that. Specifically, do you see one hourly report on that 24 hours that doesn't have any numbers, doesn't have any data?
In the chart or in the graph, or the?
Okay, Mr. Moriarty, I'm gonna get copies of that for you, for everyone. We're gonna take a little break now. This is a good time. It's almost 10:30. And Mr. Moriarty, in the future, if you have exhibits that you plan to admit and question a witness about, you need to provide copies to all of the parties, which would be staff, counsel, Missouri American Water, the Office of Public Counsel, the commission, and me. So let's,
Sorry, Your Honor. I'll do that, and I do have a couple others that we can do at the same time.
okay, well, we're gonna take a break
Then I'll-
right now, and I'm gonna get those upstairs and get them copied. Let's go off the record.
All right.
Judge, again, when did you say we're going back on, or did you decide yet?
and you are still under oath.
A few questions about documents, recent documents, that, like in the last week, and I think they're better directed to the other company witness. Well, I'm gonna hold off on those questions, but I do have a couple of others I wanted to follow up on. On page 11, 12 of your direct testimony, we talk about, discuss Mr. Moriarty's leak adjustment request in billing, but do not mention the concept of unexplained usage adjustment, which your office gave me during our discussions about the formal complaint. Can you explain what the meaning of that term is and how often it is used by the company?
So our leak adjustments are provided based on specific guidelines that, criteria that are either met or not. The unexplained high usage adjustment is a discretionary adjustment that is provided in, kind of on a one-off basis, based on the discretion of the situation. So it's a non-standard adjustment that we would provide.
Because the one you provided for me, I was able to use with MSD to normalize my water usage for the winter months, which avoided me paying an extra CCF or two throughout the year of my sewer billing. I think it may be the answer to this MSD question, but I want to explore that with the staff a little bit later. Who in the company is authorized to give an unexplained usage adjustment?
That would be typically our disputes department, or individuals on my team.
Have you explored with MSD alternatives to normalizing water usage in the winter months, that MSD has defined?
We simply provide the data to MSD based on the meter reads that are used for your bill. So I'm aware that they bill based on a pocket, based on our consumption, but I don't collaborate with MSD on how they produce their bills. We just simply provide them the data that we bill you for water.
Is water usage considered customer private data?
We share water consumption with MSD because there's a state statute that requires a water company to provide that data for sewer billing. I don't know the specifics of that statute, but we
Is that something?
we wouldn't provide it to just anyone, but for the sewer provider, we're obligated to provide that data to them.
Is that something staff will be able to provide?
The statute?
The statute, or at least I'd identify the statute.
If not, I can.
I can provide it, I can
Yeah,
find it.
that's all I'm looking for is,
You can give us, Ms. Kerr, the statute number.
Sure, I can find it and provide it.
thank you.
249.645 would be,
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
49.645?
yes. And
That
then
makes
there,
my life easier, sure.
yeah, and while we're exploring this, there's also a tariff. Missouri American has a tariff about that that same subject, so.
How do you make customers aware of this unexplained, or have you made customers aware of this? Because I never knew about it.
We let customers know proactively if they indicate that they had a leak, that we do as a courtesy offer a one-time leak adjustment if they meet that certain criteria.
Well, if I'd known that, when I requested my leak, I probably wouldn't have requested it. I did not know at the time it was a once in a lifetime.
I believe that's on our website.
It is, and I found it later, but at the time I did not know, or I would not have even have requested it. But I'm more interested in the unexplained leak adjustment, because I think it may be the answer to this question with MSD, how to normalize water usage so they get the sewer billing right.
Well, the unexplained high usage adjustments are basically like a reserve situation that's looked on very uniquely based on, you know, the situation. It's not our standard practice.
Would CCAs know about this?
Our CCAs typically would indicate to a customer that they don't meet the eligibility for a leak adjustment, and they would, if needed, they would pass that on through an escalation process for further review. And if in some situations our escalation team may, based on the situation, apply that.
Because when I originally made my leak adjustment, not knowing it was a once-in-a-lifetime event, all I received was a letter that addressed dates different than the ones that I had questioned. And they never told me about an acceleration process or how to get, in fact, I tried to get the local office number and they wouldn't give it to me. CCAs don't give you much information. That's the bottom line.
Mr. Moriarty, do you have a question for this witness?
Should they be giving more information?
If you're speaking with a CCA regarding a leak adjustment, it's a pretty standard practice that we've had for a long time that it's one per account.
Yep.
That should be communicated if you were inquiring about a leak adjustment with one of our CCAs.
I guess I'm more interested in the acceleration process. How do you get to the local office? Because I had to file a formal complaint to get to the local office.
Well, the escalation process doesn't generally include the local office. We have an escalation team within our customer service organization to handle escalations. We don't, like, generally our local offices aren't handling customer billing, type inquiries. That's something our customer service organization is specialized to handle for customers.
At the top of page 15, your direct testimony, lines 2 to 4, you mentioned none of the My Water issues have had an impact on Mr. Moriarty's bill or any other customer's bill. Wouldn't other customers feel the same frustrations I feel dealing with My Water?
I understand some of the way in which the data was being presented in My Water, and there were there were opportunities that Derek will discuss to improve that. So I understand why that would cause some frustration or confusion, which is why we're, making the changes to that presentation.
One of the changes I asked for was simply to put a date and time on the reports. And that hasn't happened. And I don't think you foresee that happening in the future. Why is the company so reluctant to put date and time on reports?
I'll let Derek, my counterpart, speak to that.
No more questions. Thanks, Paul.
You're welcome.
Any cross-examination? Staff? Well, I guess I should let Missouri American Water go first.
This is our witness. We're going to wait back till the end for our redirect, I think,
Okay.
so.
That's fine.
No questions.
All right, Office of Public Counsel?
I have a few questions. So, I know that you said with My Water, what customers see in the application is it, like during the middle of the billing period wouldn't affect how much they end up being billed. Is that correct?
Well, My Water, the billing period is based on 2 reads.
Right.
Start to end. And My Water takes the interim data from each day and each hour to present that into the charts that you see in My Water. So yeah, there's no impact on how that affects billing.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw a hypothetical at you if that's okay.
Okay.
So Mary Shaw, in the middle of the billing period, looks at her bill. She is trying to stay under a limit, and she's like, okay, this is what I need to do. I'm going to still be using water for these things, and that's how she kind of determines what, how much she's going to be spending at the end of the month. If it would be a problem then if it turns out she had actually spent 100 or used 100 more gallons or whatever, it would mess up that budget. Is that correct? And it didn't say that on the application.
Yeah, I suppose that would give her the wrong expectation if the data didn't match.
So, it sounds as though for Mr. Moriarty that happened maybe a few times. Has MAWC done anything to fix that issue with having incorrect data in the middle of the month for people who need to budget?
Yeah, I'll let Derek take that, but that is part of our continuing improvement. I mean, again, this is the newer deployment. Didn't present as perfectly as what we would like to, and Derek will talk about those improvements that have been made thus far.
So did you have anything to do with how the improvement and rollout of the My Water application occurred, or is that also Derek?
It's a collaboration, with that. Derek is the lead with regards to, the final way in which that My Water works and functions. So he certainly takes feedback from folks like myself and others.
Okay. And for CCAs, since I do think that is your area, is that right?
CCAs are centralized customer service organization.
But you would have more information about how that would work than perhaps talking to Derek, or no?
We're all in a partnership. So I mean, it would depend on the question. So I work very closely with all aspects of our customer service organization, but.
Okay, so with the rollout of the application, who would have implemented the integration of the CCA process?
I'll let Derek speak to that
Okay.
specifically.
So, cause you talked about like how CCAs are more specialized in their location and things like that. But is that just, can I ask you more generally about CCAs? Would you be able to help with that or no?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where the where to draw the line, as attorneys like to say. So regarding, you talked about having CCAs in a centralized location makes it so they are able to be more specialized rather than having them spread throughout in perhaps the building that you work in St. Louis.
Just to clarify, they're centralized, not necessarily physically in a centralized location.
So what is, when you talk about them being centralized, can you provide a definition? What does that mean?
That means they're all part of what we call our customer service organization from a reporting structure, and we have, they're dedicated to handling customer service issues.
Do you-
And only customer service, so
Okay.
that's how they're specialized.
Okay.
They're not, for example, out fixing, working on the pipes. That's a different
Okay.
group.
Okay, so, it's more like when I thought centralized, I thought you were speaking location. So do you have customer service representatives, even though they are centralized in goal and purpose within your organization? Are they in the individual states or around the individual service areas, like in Hawaii and California and Kentucky?
We have customer service or customer care agents throughout many of our American Water footprint areas.
Okay, and are these customer service agents, is their knowledge, are they specialized in terms of, do you have specific, like a Missouri service area focused team and a Kentucky focused team and a Pennsylvania focused team of customer service agents, so that if you have questions by customers in Missouri, they'd be able to be more specific?
They're not focused on regional areas.
Okay. So if, if a customer such as Mr. Moriarty, sorry, he's right in front of me, but if he had a specific question about his bill and how regulations may affect it, he would not be able to go to Missouri Water. He would have to go to the Public Service Commission to get those questions answered. The CCAs wouldn't be able to necessarily do that.
No, our CCAs have all the information that they would need to handle, speaking to our, the rules and policies.
Okay. So is it just in a database online? Is that how they do it?
That is correct.
Okay. But if Mr. Moriarty said, my neighbor in Wildwood was talking about how the specific environmental impacts that someone who's in the Missouri service area would understand and know about are affecting his bill, that might not necessarily be known by the customer service.
We have a pretty robust, as you called it, online database to handle keeping all of our specific guidelines for each area that may vary, as well as current events, current alerts,
Okay.
boil orders. That platform is available to any employee. So that's where we keep all of that and readily available for our customer care agents.
Okay, and I understand that you don't necessarily have to be in the location to understand everything, but as long as the information is available for an individual like Mr. Moriarty to get that access, I just wanted to make sure.
Certainly.
Okay, well, I do believe that our other questions are for Mr. Tarza, as we discussed, so.
Okay.
Redirect? Oh, well, let's have commission questions first.
Thank you, Judge. I only have one. Hi, Mr. Adler. Early in your testimony, Mr. Cooper asked you a couple questions about Mr. Moriarty's calls to the call center, and you said you couldn't determine if Mr. Moriarty was in fact hung up on, and you were asked if that were the case, there would be disciplinary, and I wasn't actually sure if in this case Mr. Moriarty may in fact have been hung up on. I was curious if there was in fact disciplinary actions taken after that.
Sure. So I listened to the calls, and it didn't appear to me that there was a malicious intent. There wasn't, but it was, I believe, 2 of the calls that I'm not sure if it just kind of went dead. So I don't know if it's possible that there was a cell phone outage. I mean, I can't explain why the call stopped.
But did you interview the customer service representative to determine that, given Mr. Moriarty's account that he was hung up on?
I did not.
So there was no action in fact taken to determine if Mr. Moriarty's claims are in fact correct?
The action we took was to listen, to the call. So
So no additional action on top of that?
Correct.
I think moving forward, I might encourage you to investigate that further, given Mr. Moriarty's claims. Thank you for your response.
Any other commission questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll proceed to redirect.
Quick question, do we get to have recross based on commission questions, or I don't.
If you would like it.
I just have one quick question based on what Chair Hahn just said. Is there any way for in an instance like that, if a line goes dead, if you disconnect with a customer, is there a way to call the customer back or let them know, hey, this is something that happened, this is something that occurred?
That would be the process. In the instances that I heard with the call dropping, when I listened to him, this was, at least a year prior to when that had occurred. So it'd be more difficult to investigate, the specific situation. But yes, that would be the process, would be if it dropped, to call the customer back.
Okay, and there's you don't record when people call out to customers, just when customers call in?
I'm not aware of the recordings of them calling out.
Okay, thank you.
Now we'll go to redirect. You're welcome.
Early on, there was some discussion about the manufacturer's head end. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And if if you know, or if you can answer this, would the communication issues that are sometimes discussed in regard to getting the data to MyWater generally, that being the cellular connection from the meter, would those issues with the cellular connection also impact the data that could be seen in the manufacturer's head end?
Yes, I mean, if the data doesn't get to the manufacturer's head end, then it certainly couldn't get to our systems.
And so there would be times when, even if you're looking at the head end, again, if there are data transfer issues on the cellular side, you wouldn't have the data either for some period of time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You were asked questions about this Exhibit A, which was an email that Mr. Moriarty had you read some items from about the availability of data and that sort of thing in MyWater. And I think in response to that, you indicated that there was now some additional verbiage in MyWater around that issue. Is that correct?
Correct.
How about the email itself that it looks like it's from October 17, 2024, is that Exhibit A? Has that email also been changed?
Yeah, that's the email that goes out to inform customers of the functionality. That has been changed.
Okay. You were asked some questions about staff DR 0006, which had to do with a visit, I think ultimately, to Mr. Moriarty's property, correct?
Correct.
And what was the date of that visit? Can you tell from that DR?
May 13th, 2024.
And just to kind of draw a little bit of a line here, we had entered Exhibit 3 when you first took the stand, which was that comparison of the billing data and the AMI data, correct?
Correct.
And on that document, we talked about the horizontal lines to the left that have gray shading, correct?
Correct.
And is there one of those that corresponds to this May 13 visit that's represented in DR?
Yeah, yeah.
Hold
Yeah.
on just a second.
So far, the only thing I think he wasn't prepared for is he didn't have enough copies for everybody.
Wow, who is that? Hey, whoever's
Yeah.
on the line needs to be muted that's coming through.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, Metals or whatever the hell her name was. Terry Metals, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna die, don't worry about it.
Right.
Oh, my God.
Okay, thank you. We were talking about Exhibit 3 that was entered into evidence earlier, and I had asked whether there was one of those meter reads on that exhibit that corresponded to the visit that's represented in DR 0006, I believe. What would your answer be to that?
Yes, it's the meter read dated 5/13/2024.
And does the reading that was derived on that date, does it make sense in regard to the other meter reads,
Sure.
both before and after?
It matches what the FSR said in his notes, and it is between the read from May 8th, 2024 and June 10th, 2024, which those are the actual bill So it is between those, which is what we would expect.
Ms. Martin asked you a question about, it was a hypothetical about a customer utilizing my water for their sort of water management, correct? Ultimately, is the meter the final sort of determiner of water usage?
Yes.
And that's the meter that's located on the customer's premises?
Yes.
Lastly, you were asked a question about the telephone calls that you had reviewed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you indicated that there was nothing from at least the recordings that you listened to that would suggest someone hung up on someone else. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as a part of that analysis, were you listening to tone of voice, subject of the conversation, those sort of things?
Yes.
Okay. And do those figure into the statement you made earlier that you couldn't tell if that was the case?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Ebler, you can be excused.
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to call Mr. Tarza.
And is Mr. Tarza here, or is he in Barcelona?
He is in Barcelona, appearing on our screen.
Okay. We will continue with the International Public Service Commission hearing.
There you go. Judge, I am just now having received the email from staff and for Mr. Moriarty, probably more importantly, and forwarding that to Mr. Tarza. So I don't know that there will be any delay in availability, but it is just now happening, that next step.
Well, while we're waiting to do that, just as a matter of cleanup, we're referring to data requests 0006 and 0012. Mr. Moriarty, would you like those admitted into evidence? Yes, please. Does anyone have any objection? Okay, they will be marked 0006 will be marked Exhibit 5, and 00012 will be marked Exhibit 6.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Please state and spell your name for the record. Swearing in.
Sorry, I was double muted on my side, but good morning, everyone. My name is Derek Tarza, DEREK TARCZA.
Mr. Tarza, can you raise your right hand, please, so that I can swear you in? You promise to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Derek Tarza. That is DEREK TARCZA.
By whom are you employed and what is your title?
I'm employed by American Water, and my title is Senior Manager of Customer Digital Products and Innovation.
Have you caused to be prepared direct testimony for the purposes of this case?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to that testimony today?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would now like to offer Exhibit 7 into evidence.
Any objection? Hearing none, it will be admitted and marked Exhibit 7.
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to present our rebuttal testimony.
Proceed.
Have you read the testimony filed by Mr. Moriarty?
I have.
Mr. Moriarty indicates there is little, if any, testing of changes to the My Water app before the changes are uploaded to the live version of the app. If there were adequate testing as part of the system management, these errors would stand out and be corrected before incorporating any changes to the live app. Can you walk us through the process the company uses prior to implementing changes in My Water?
Absolutely. So it's a multi-step process. So in summary, there's, whenever we have a new feature, enhancement, or a fix that we desire to go into My Water, first of all, it goes through a set of creation of business requirements. And in layman's terms, really, it's what does the business want this thing to do? Where we work with our business analysts, our customer service department, other teams that are requesting changes to My Water to really understand, the full business need of that feature, that fix, or that enhancement that's desired to go into My Water. We also look at it next really from a governance perspective. So really looking at the cost, value, benefit of, spending, capital dollars to deliver that feature, to understand it's going to bring a true return on investment and be helpful for all of our customers. Once we do that, and that's approved really through governance, we begin working with the IT development team to create what we call as a technical requirements document. It's really the how-to of translating that business need into technical speak so our developers can then, really the next step, begin developing that set enhancement. Once we believe that development is complete, there's a couple of testing processes that we go through. The first being QA testing, that's quality assurance testing. And it's more of an automated process where, we look at that new feature and also all of the other features that are, presently available in My Water to determine the fit and if there's any, major issues that we see through the automated process. If it fails that, we definitely return it to development and redevelop and then continue the QA process. Once we're satisfied that a QA is complete, there's another round of testing that it goes through. And this is more of a human testing. We call it UAT, which means user acceptance testing. Members of the call center group, my team, IT will really, for lack of better terms, try to break that feature, that enhancement to see if it's causing any other issues or we see any issues with that particular enhancement. Once we are satisfied that all the features are working, in accordance with those business requirements we created at the beginning of the process, we'll then, ultimately slate it for, an upcoming release of My Water.
And are there any situations where the company may not be able to replicate an error that the company or that a customer would see in My Water?
Absolutely. And I think a couple of the issues that Mr. Moriarty did bring up are great examples where, in some situations, like with bringing in data from live systems, that's not always available in our testing environments. Where we won't see certain anomalies, present themselves during the testing process. So we may not technically be aware, or it might be more of a corner case issue that we did not have, cause to understand during the testing pieces. We always try to go back and understand, if we have a fix later on for something we develop, and try to, make that testing process ultimately more robust to catch those issues, going forward.
And can you provide us a specific example that Mr. Moriarty brought to our attention?
Yes, so Mr. Moriarty brought up a display issue on the 24-hour report where certain hourly reads were showing as 5E-324. It's a unique situation where in the live environment, we did not have that specific data yet in the layers beneath the back-end systems to show into my water. So really what that meant is that that meter read at the present time was pending. So what we did is we understood, did some root cause analysis with our technical teams, went through the full process of, creating the business requirement to fix it, understanding the technical details, developing and going through testing to make sure that that issue, that anomaly, we won't see going forward.
And when is the company going to address that issue?
We're looking to deploy an enhancement within the next 2 weeks to correct where, the customer may see that scientific notation being displayed on the 24-hour report.
And just to summarize, that scientific notation is occurring because the company does not have a read yet for that specific time period?
That's correct.
Mr. Moriarty also indicates that 9 out of the 31 days had missing data, essentially, in my water. Can you explain why that occurred?
Absolutely. So because we care for, the display of different meter data types coming from the different head ends that Mr. Ebler explained before with Badger, with Neptune, with the Clara, and a few others, they all come into basically one spot where my water basically uses that data, takes that, and then presents that to the customer. We found in some cases, like where he went in out of 31 days of the month and 9 days he wasn't able to see that, the data was being overwritten, which rendered when he looked at that report, it would say no data available. That's something we've understood for some time. We've been working with all of our IT departments, the data department, and the back-end departments to understand how to bring that data in, basically split it out so there is no overwriting that would be occurring in the future. We took a couple of steps in March and April to correct that, but there's a few more pieces that we have to deploy. And we're looking to make those changes again within the next couple of weeks to correct the issues that Mr. Moriarty did see when he looked at his report in the month of July.
Mr. Moriarty also indicates that it appears the daily negative adjustments were occurring on the 29th day of the 30-day reports. Could you explain that in greater detail?
Sure. So with the 29 days and the usage appearing to be basically cut off, it looked to the customer when they looked at the usage that the data was being negatively adjusted. What was really happening here was that usage was showing, instead of 30 days, it was actually a rolling 29-day window. So in essence, when you look back at that 29th day, depending on what time the customer looked at the data, it could appear to be cut off and it would show it at negative from if the customer looked at it like a day before. It's connected to just the usage overview screen in my water. So what we did, again, as I mentioned before with the deployment process, when we do a new feature, we went through really understanding what the issue is, creating the requirements, doing the testing, and that's something we did correct back at the end of January 2025.
Mr. Moriarty also indicates in his testimony that the company has yet to describe how this program quirk affected the meter readings for the 29th day or any day. Were meter readings impacted by this issue?
No, they were not. And I believe, as Mr. Ebler described before, the meter reads still work, just like an odometer on the car based off the beginning and end period of that billing cycle. So really, that display usage being cut off was only limited to the usage overview screen within my water.
And it was not connected at all to billing?
It was not connected at all to billing whatsoever.
Mr. Moriarty also indicates that he showed zero usage on July 13th and 14th. Can you explain why that occurred?
Yes, absolutely. So if we did not obtain meter reads for a certain time period, after 3 days of basically trying to get that usage for those specific days, my water was basically showing, the usage overview screen was showing 0 for those days where we did not have an exact read from the meter that went through the cellular network and down into the system, into the back end. So what the customer was seeing was zero usage on the 13th and 14th of July. So what we have been working on, and we've known this for some time, we've also had this feedback come in through our CCAs and a few of our other internal partners. We've identified what the issue was. And again, we're looking to make a change within the next 2 weeks to correct that. If we don't have usage for a certain period, we will be using an allocated read. So let's say on the 12th of July, we had a good read that came in through the network. And on the 15th, we have another read, but we don't for the 13th and 14th. Because it still works just like the odometer does on your car, we will allocate the usage for that period where we don't have exact read from the device itself coming through the system.
Now, you mentioned that the company also became aware of this issue through the CCAs. Can you walk us through the process that the company uses if a question arises from a CCA about my water?
Absolutely. So when our CCAs, have a question that they can't articulate or understand, or, feel that there's something, else that they need to kind of escalate, what they'll do is the CCAs will talk to their supervisors to understand the issue, make them understand the issue. We have a chat set up with some technical experts. So if the supervisors don't have a solution for the CCA to offer while they're talking to the customer on the phone, they'll escalate it to the chat to get a little bit more clarity from the folks on my team, or some of the project managers, or even the IT team. From there, we collect that feedback and determine if there's something else that we need to look at from more of an IT perspective to fix a customer issue.
Thank you. At this time, the company has no further rebuttal questions.
Staff, do you have any cross-examination?
I just had a couple questions. In your testimony, you talk about certain upgrades that are being made in August of '25. Were those upgrades made, or are they being made?
They are being made, so they're pending right now. We're, again, like I talked about the life cycle process of doing the enhancements. We're still doing the universal acceptance testing on that to make sure that the data is right. Such as the usage overview screen, or correcting some of the anomalies that, like Mr. Moriarty did see in his 24-hour download. Those changes will be made and deployed to production, hopefully by the end of this month, if not within 2 weeks.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Office of Public Counsel, cross-examination?
Yeah, I have a couple of clarifying questions. So, pardon me. So, it sounds as though you're making improvements currently. There have been a lot of improvements that the company has made. Does that mean that everything that has since been improved or addressed was not to this was to Moriarty's complaint? Mr. Moriarty's complaint was not to the standard that it is now, or that it will be?
I would say, in that case, partially, right? It's a continuous process, and, we don't have the ability to fix everything at once. So as we had the feedback, such as what Mr. Moriarty provided us, we've been working on those various improvements. Some have been made and some are still yet to be put into production.
Okay, and for issues such as the 29-day meter reading, things like that, do your CCAs have access to the technical information regarding the app for those sorts of questions from customers?
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
You spoke at one point about how there was something that Mr. Moriarty was having an issue with, and your explanation was there was a 29, the system was doing a 29-day meter reading rather than a 30-day meter reading, for the customer, for the CCAs. Do they have access to those technical details about the app that they can explain to customers?
They do. So anytime we make changes to my water, all of our CCA groups are aware. They get release details that are disseminated through, news you need to know and various channels that we communicate to our CCAs about updates to my water. The other piece too, you mentioned 29-day meter reads. It's really just the usage chart. That had no effect on the actual meter reads itself. It was just the actual display for the customer when they were logging into my water to see that usage.
Right, and I'm specific, whenever I'm referring to meter reads, I am specifically talking about what is displaying for the customer. Since,
Sure.
And do you know how much money the My Water app cost?
I do not have that detail, no.
Okay. But it was an expense that the company paid and possibly earned a return on.
I can't answer that question. The only thing I could really answer in terms of spend, in terms of my water, is the new enhancements that we make, and the governance process that we have in place to determine the cost benefit analysis of that said enhancement.
Okay. And so it's been clarified that the display on the My Water app is not necessarily what a customer is being billed, and for various reasons could be incorrect. Is that, or need to be adjusted? Is that correct? And it has no effect on the bill.
It has no effect on the bill.
Okay.
That's correct, yeah.
And so if you were a customer and you wanted to be absolutely sure of your bill, what would you do?
So the improvements we're making to the usage overview in my water, we're confident that once we're complete with the general group of changes, including the changes we're going to be making this month, we'll provide the customer with the best available view of their usage. We've gone through the testing on this. It's been on, really the roadmap for some time since we've seen these issues. And we've had the feedback from customers like Mr. Moriarty to make the improvement so that when they do look at that usage overview, it will be the best available for the customer to see and help make decisions about their usage.
But those improvements were not in existence at the time of Mr. Moriarty's complaint.
They were not, no.
And, but if you, since the bill and the display don't necessarily show the same thing, what is the best way for a customer to ensure that the amount that they are seeing in My Water is going to be the amount that they are billed, and or how do they, let me put it another way. If a customer wanted to be absolutely positive of their water bill, what would they do?
They have the ability to, the usage overview, if they go in there to look at that. Again, that's, we're still making the improvements, but, we will be updating that again to show the customer the exact usage details. And if we don't have a read for a particular period, we'll be showing the allocated reads. So once we're done with those changes, the customer will have a better way to self-serve and see that usage.
But would you advise a customer to check their physical meter to make sure that the meter in the bill, that their expectations will meet the reality.
If the customer wishes to do that, absolutely.
So it might be a problem if a bill is under a grate and the customer has a broken foot.
That might be an issue, yes.
Okay. And there's nothing in the My Water app that would fix the broken foot or the heavy grate that they have to lift. Is that
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
relevance to what? I was asking what would the app do in such an instance?
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
That's fine. I think I am finished with my questions.
Mr. Moriarty, do you have questions for this witness?
Can I call you Derek?
Absolutely.
Derek, on page 8 of your direct testimony.
Mr. Moriarty, can you just speak into the mic?
On page 8 of your direct testimony, you've got a footnote 1, and you refer to your rebuttal testimony in case WR 2024-0320. Is that your testimony in the company's recent rate case?
That is correct.
Do you have that testimony with you today?
For the rate case, I do not.
I can read, I've got 2 copies, Your Honor, that I made for this, and I can give one to the staff and one to the company, and I share the one I've got with the Office of Public Counsel.
I think that's acceptable. I have a copy and I will share it with the commissioner. If we're going to have exhibits for this afternoon, I would encourage you to make copies so that they're available for the parties, the commission, and me.
I'll read it to you, Derek. On page 6 of your testimony, under call center findings, Roman numeral 3, you refer to an audit. I think it was, you called it a call center audit. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Is the call center under the control of your employer, American Water Works Service Company?
The call center is part of our customer service group, which is under the service company, yes.
So Missouri American Water Company doesn't have its own call center. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's a group call, as Mr. Ebler described before, it's a group call center that's part of the larger organization that serves all of our footprint.
Okay. Who performed that audit?
I do not have the details of who performed the audit.
Do you recall when it was performed?
I do not have the dates in front of me. Sorry, I can't answer that.
Do you know if that audit addressed what the staff refers to in its staff report as unexpectedly dropped calls?
I believe the audit did speak to an issue we were having with drop calls, yes.
The audit did?
Yes.
Do you recall what those findings were?
Off the top of my head, I cannot recall exactly what the audit concluded in terms of that. I can speak to the fact that, with regard to the call center and how we handle our calls, many improvements have been made in the call center technology that we've employed, that all of our CCAs use to better service the customers. It's more reliable technology. The agents have a lot more control and access to information that's provided through our newer call center technology that we've implemented in late 2024.
Is that a term that was developed within the company, unexpectedly dropped calls?
Not to my knowledge.
I think the staff in its report referred to 4 unexpectedly dropped calls with just me in a period of probably not a year. Does that seem like an unusually large number of unexpectedly dropped calls?
I wouldn't be able to answer that one either. I don't know what an average, what an average drop call was at that particular time.
Okay, on page 6 of your rebuttal testimony in the Ray case, you discuss an enhancement that you call Intelligent Virtual Assistant, IVA. And on page 19, I'm sorry, on line 19 of that page 6, you indicate that IVA, and this is a quote, IVA can use customer data and past interactions to personalize and continue to improve customer experience, while the back-end integrations provide a smoother path to resolution. What is the back end?
So the back end is that the call center technology we've implemented. So the call center, system, that IVA is connected to our customer system of record, which is SAP. When a caller calls in, we will verify the caller through the automated technology. And if that caller our customer gets to an agent, the IVA technology will pass those details automatically to the agent, so the information would pop up to the agent, and the agent has a better experience and a better experience for the customer when they call in, because some of that verification process has been pre-done, and it arms our agents with more information up front to better service that customer.
Does the customer data include the current MyWater records for that specific customer that the CCA is talking to?
Mr. Moriarty, what do you mean the MyWater records? What are you referring to specifically?
The water usage information that's provided in MyWater that creates the 30-day report, the 24 hours report, the 12-month and 36-month. I think there's a 24-month. The data that's in MyWater, is that provided in the customer data that the IVA provides to the system?
What the IVA will do is basically bring up the customer record for the agent. The agents also use MyWater as well when a customer calls in. So the IVA is basically integrated to MyWater. It'll bring up the customer's account, and on the page that our agency is almost akin to what you would see if you logged into your account today. So they would be able to see usage details as part of that.
So CCAs do have access to MyWater records for that customer?
Yes, they did.
When was that capability initiated?
The IVA technology was implemented late last year. I don't have an exact date.
And are you saying it included the MyWater information from that day, from the initial late 2024?
The usage information, the agent would normally be able to see, even prior to the implementation of IVA.
You have staff data request 0001.
Your Honor, if I may, Derek, you'll be able to find that information in our internal files.
I do have it, yes.
Okay, great.
Yep, I do. Yeah, I was just getting it up here. Yep.
And specifically, the first question will go to page 3.
When I look at 001, I only see this is a data request dated February 3rd, 2025. And what I have here is that please provide all notes and accounts for Mr. Moriarty's account located at your address from 1/1/2023 until current.
Derek, you're going to need to look at the attachment to that response.
Got it.
Page 3 of that attachment.
1 second. Yes, I'm on page 3 of that attachment.
All right, would you read the very last line on that page?
Explain to the customer we cannot see the daily usage and that the website is only info that will show daily usage. Customer requested supervisor.
So I assume the website she's referring to there is My Water,
Correct.
but she says she can't see the data.
That's correct. And I can't explain why this customer service agent wasn't able to look at the daily usage on that day and provide that to you when you called in on June 19, 2024.
Okay, go back one page to page 2 of 16.
Yes.
And read the second of the last line on the page.
I advise BP we cannot see daily usage. Would like to speak with someone else.
So that person, that CCA is also telling me that she can't see My Water. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's,
What?
Go ahead.
I was going to say what I can tell you is that what we've done with our call center group is definitely reinforced the capabilities that customers have access to through self-service, just like the daily and monthly usage charts available in My Water. And we've done, learnings and communications to refresh all agents about those capabilities.
Okay, back to your rebuttal testimony on page 17, line 17 and 18. You have a section headed Customer Complaint and My Water, in which you state, starting on line 17, the company does not believe the rate case is the appropriate venue for this discussion. And following that, starting on line 18, you continue that Missouri American Water Company will specifically address the allegations within the complaint in the response to the complaint. When you refer to complaint, are you talking about the formal complaint that is at issue in this case?
That would be correct, yes.
Had you reviewed my complaint prior to filing that previous rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I have.
On or about January 24th?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you consider the response to complaint you were referring to in the previous rebuttal testimony to the answer to complaint filed by the company in this case?
I believe, yes, yeah.
So the answer to the complaint was the company's first opportunity to formally address the issues raised in the formal complaint. Is that correct?
I'm trying to draw the timeline in my head, but I believe so.
It was my first opportunity. Why do you think there is less information about the formal complaint issues in the answer to the complaint than in your rate case testimony, for which you said the company does not believe the rate case is the appropriate venue?
At the time of when we were preparing our responses for the rate case, I believe that was in March of this year. I believe, you know, some of the statements you provided in your formal complaint and observations, some of them were new. I believe we wanted to, you know, take some more time just to dive into it outside of the rate case. But we did address some of the issues that you did bring up within the bounds of the rate case as well.
But not in the answer to the complaint. Is that correct?
Not in the answer to the complaint.
On page 19 of your previous rebuttal testimony, on line 9, you state Greenwich Mean Time, which has a 6-hour difference from the central time zone. Is My Water a purchased software package? Or was it custom designed?
It's a custom designed application.
By a consultant? Consultant firm?
It would have been a mix of consultants and internal resources.
And what department or function within the company was responsible for the original design specifications?
Customer service department.
Mr. Moriarty, it's noon. I'd like to take a lunch break for everyone, and particularly for the court reporter. Do you have a lot more questions, or can we go to lunch and come back?
I have, I think, a lot more for this witness.
Okay. So would this be a good time to take a break? And then we can?
I think so.
Okay. 2 housekeeping things before we leave. Would you like to admit data request 001?
Please.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, that will be admitted. And also, may I see the rebuttal testimony that everyone is referring to? That would be marvelous. Mr. Moriarty, would you like to admit this testimony as evidence?
I think so, yes.
Are there any objections to Derek Tarza's rebuttal, Sir rebuttal, and Sir rebuttal testimony on behalf of Missouri American Water Company being admitted? Hearing none, we will admit it. Okay, and now we're going to break for lunch and come back at 1:02.
What number?
It will be number 9. We're going off the record. Okay, we're gonna go back on the record. And we will continue with Mr. Tarza's testimony. Mr. Tarza, you're still under oath. And let's continue, Mr. Moriarty. Go ahead.
Derek, we were talking about my water application.
Microphone.
How's the weather over there?
That's great.
It's always great.
Derek, we were talking about the My Water application. And I think I made the comment about that I learned more in your rebuttal testimony, which you said was not the proper venue, than I have in these proceedings so far. So I'm appreciating your availability today.
You got it.
I think the last question I asked was something to do with IVA. No, I'm sorry. I asked you, why do you think there was less information about the formal complaint and the issues to the answer to the complaint than in your rate case testimony, in which you responded, they need time to review. But you had less time to review in the preparation of that testimony. Is that not correct?
I think in the preparation of my testimony, we continually have been learning and working on, the issues that you've reported in my water. So at the time of the rate case, we only had a little bit of anecdotes about, some of the, issues you were observing and experienced through the usage portal in my water. So I think with this testimony, right, we talk about, the issues ranging from the Greenwich Mean Time to other issues you've seen in the anomalies with the usage data.
But that's my whole point, that you had less time to prepare for your rebuttal testimony, but yet you provided more information than I've been able to get about my water up to...
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Let's let him finish his question before you object, please.
Up to today. So,
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I'm going to overrule it.
Well, I disagree. I think, again, right, so even with the rebuttal testimony, there were issues that we continue to work on, that range back to, the March, April timeframe, issues that we've been planning to work on, that we've developed, and we're actually, learning and trying to get these issues over to production, right? So I think some of the things you addressed in, your testimony, we countered, with, some of the answers that were in my rebuttal, which I think were on point with a lot of the issues we've been working on since we met together when you came to the office in, I believe it was in March, right?
that sounds about right.
Yep.
I think you said customer service, or the responsibility for the design specifications for my water were under the responsibility of customer service. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And customer service is not under your control at American Water Works Service Company?
I am not directly responsible for the customer service team, no.
Thank you. What department is customer service still responsible for the ongoing changes to the design program?
Customer service is still responsible for the changes and enhancements to my water, yes.
And where does the primary responsibility for testing those changes lie?
It It's actually, it's shared responsibility. Some of the responsibilities with our IT department. Some of the responsibility is in my department, and another piece of the responsibility is within the actual customer service group.
Why was Greenwich Mean Time used at all in my water?
Greenwich Mean Time was used, and really, this goes back to when we implemented the usage charts. That go back to that display the AMI C4E, the back end data for your smart meter in my water. One of the issues we didn't discover because of some of the issues with testing of data, and when we were loading data into the system, we weren't initially able to pick up that it was displaying in the Greenwich Mean Time time zone. Greenwich Mean Time is usually used for system time, and the default was set to Greenwich Mean Time. We learned about that issue of the Greenwich Mean Time in late October of 2024, and we began working on changes to correct that starting in November of 2024.
Actually, on page 19 of your rebuttal testimony, line 10, I think you made a statement that really gets to the crux of this whole data inconsistency issue. You have that? Let me read that. Let me read it to you.
You can read that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may, Derek, he's referring to your rebuttal testimony in the rate case on page 19 of that rebuttal testimony.
Got it.
Mr. Moriarty, is that correct, that you
That
want
is
to
correct,
look at
yes.
19? Okay.
Ms. Moriarty, do you want to read that aloud for me if you don't mind?
Yeah, I will. Line 10, you say, as a result of the time zone difference between the meter data and the logic used in the rolling windows to calculate usage, the oldest day of usage is calculated using only 18 hours of usage. Can you expand on that? Because that seems to me to be the crux of the whole entire issue.
So when we talked about the meter data and rolling window of that 18 hours, right? I think when we created the rebuttal testimony, that was accurate in the fact that the Greenwich Mean Time, because it was off by, I guess it's approximately 6 hours, your data was showing, with only 18 hours of data for that 24-hour period. Once we corrected that in March of this year, it is displaying truly a 24-hour period in accordance with your local time zone.
How many hours in a Greenwich Mean Time day?
It is 24 hours.
So are you saying the meter data was on a Greenwich Mean Time? That's your database? Is that the head-end cloud?
The meter data is, right, and the meter data really technically was not in Greenwich Mean Time. It was the display in my water that was picking up that data and interpreting it as Greenwich Mean Time.
So the meter data is transferred to the head-end cloud. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is the data on that cloud represented in Greenwich Mean Time?
That is not that is represented in the local time zone. After it gets to the meter data management system, there's a few more steps that data takes to get to my water. It's ingested in like a local, like a system database, which then my water looks at takes that data, moves it over so you can interpret that and look at that data through my water. So the way it was pulling it out of the cloud, the meter data management system, into the lake was still correct. It was just between our database to basically store and look at that and have my water interpret that data. That's where the issue lied.
So you're saying the Greenwich Mean Time issue wasn't introduced until the My Water app?
The Greenwich Mean Time issue was introduced when we went live with the viewing of data from the MDM, the Meter Data Management System. That was the very end of 2023, December of 2023.
So the meter data that's stored on the head-end cloud, that's multiple time zones, isn't it? I mean, how many head-end clouds does the company have? Just one?
For
Or
head
does it
ends?
have one for each operation?
There's multiple head ends depending on which area you live in and which type of meter that you have.
So does Missouri?
That data,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
go ahead.
there's multiple, right? It depends on locality and or the type of system that you use.
So does Missouri American have its own head-end cloud?
It depends which meter you have. Your system, you have a Badger meter at your house,
Yes.
and there's a Badger head end that we have for the Badger meters to come into, that's technically outside of my water.
Is all the data on that from the same time zone?
Depending on where the customer lives, it would be in different time zones.
So it could be multiple time zones. And is it represented on that cloud as the time zone of each particular account?
It is. It is represented both in the head end and the meter data management system according to your time zone.
So the head end has the proper time of the data.
That's correct.
And so I may have asked this question before, but I'm going to ask it again. So the Greenwich Mean Time issue didn't arise until the development of the My Water application?
My water was developed and released in 2021.
By who?
So, by the company. We deployed my water in 2021 for all customers to use.
Is that Badger?
Yeah, it would have been, but this is before we had the Badger meters live. We had other AMI systems that were feeding in, such as Aclara, Neptune. There were some Badger components as well. We moved to a meter data management system that talked to those Badger and Neptune head ends in 2023. Once we went live with the meter data management system, that's when we deployed the feature to my water to look at that data and give that data to the customers to look at their usage.
So if I hear you correctly, and from reading your previous testimony and the rebuttal testimony in the rate case, the whole Greenwich Mean Time issue is a result of not using time zones consistently through applications within the company. Is that correct?
The time zone issue is only limited to just viewing of the customer data within my water.
With what?
Within the my water applications, only limited to my water display.
Thank you for that. Okay. On page 7 of your direct testimony, line 11, you state, the company started working on updates to my water in November 2024 prior to Mr. Moriarty's complaint. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Are you aware that Mr. Moriarty voiced complaints about my water as in early 2024, if not in late 2023?
I was not directly involved in those communications prior to the formal complaint.
Are you aware that Mr. Moriarty had filed had a company field representatives to his home in May of 2024 and shared many of his concerns about my water with them, including the 30 days report and the 24 hours report?
I was not aware of that prior to the entry of your formal complaint.
Are you aware that the report submitted by the field representative for that visit specifically requested that a supervisor or IT associate with more knowledge on how the system works contact Mr. Jim and enlighten him on how the system works?
I was not aware of that prior to your complaint, no.
According to Mr. Ebler's testimony earlier, the letter that I got from Camden, New Jersey in late May 2024, he said it could have actually been generated by the local office in St. Louis area. Is that common?
That is common. I think Mr. Ebler did speak to that those letters could be generated either locally or, through corporate.
Have you ever seen Mr. Moriarty's letter that he sent to Camden, New Jersey in response to that letter?
I was not aware of that letter, no.
Okay, again on your direct testimony. Page 7. You have that testimony with you?
I do, yes.
On line 11, you say, the company started working on updates to my water in November 2024 prior to Mr. Moriarty's complaint. So I just told you about, which you said you have no knowledge about, having representatives to my home, field representatives to my home in May of 2024, and they requested that a supervisor or IT associate with knowledge about my water call me, which the call never came, and was followed by a couple of letters, one from Camden, New Jersey to me, and my answer to them, which I never received a response. And you weren't aware of any of that. Is that correct?
Prior to your formal complaint, no, we were not aware of that.
Are you aware that Mr. Moriarty testified at a public hearing on November 12th, 2024 against the company's request for a rate increase on the basis of deficiencies in my water and the way he was being treated by customer service, including that he had been hung up on so many times by customer service he believed it was part of their training? Were you aware that he presented that testimony?
In relation to when we started working on the updates to my water, no, I was not aware of that.
But that testimony in November of 2024 was the same month that you started working on the My Water updates?
That's correct. We became aware of the issues with the Greenwich Mean Time in October of 2024.
So nobody passed on to you my message to the general counsel at that same hearing that I had a lot of problems with my water, and if somebody would just call me, we could fix them? You were unaware of that?
No, I was not aware.
Do you have the formal complaint with you?
I do.
You have Exhibit A?
You said E as an echo?
A as an apple?
E as an apple, yes, I do.
Has this email been replaced or corrected at any time to your knowledge?
Yes, I think as Mr. Ebler indicated previously, the language regarding my water and usage has been changed.
Has it been sent out as an email to all customers?
I am not aware of that now.
So you don't know if customers have even been notified of these changes?
I'm not aware of any company communication that went out to customers regarding usage data.
Do you have data request 0027?
Yes, I do.
Can you turn to page 2?
Yes. Wait 1 second.
It discusses the wording about possible delay in the data related to my water reports, indicating the selected wording, data may not be real time due to some system limitations. Usage may be delayed up to 72-hour period. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did. Yep.
Why were the words may be realized instead of is not? May not be real time, and rather than is not real time. It's not real time. Ever. Is it?
It is in arrears, but it is accurate data that we are working on, being in the system. So this was the language that we agreed upon internally.
But the wording says may not be, and you know it is not. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you also, is not real, I'm sorry, you say may be delayed, and the wording should be, will be delayed, isn't it?
Asked and answered, objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware,
Mr. Moriarty, give me a minute. I need a minute here, please. I don't have data requests two. Do you want to admit that as evidence?
please?
Is there an objection? Okay, hearing none.
Oh.
that-
Is it data request 2 or 27?
27.
27.
Okay, 27.
Page 2.
27, page 2.
Yes.
Let's admit the whole data request. So is it, Ms. Coleman, is it 0027? What is it?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, it will be admitted.
May I continue?
Please.
Derek, are you aware that this message is not being included on the printed reports?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Are you aware that this message is not being included on the printed reports?
I am aware, yes.
It's displayed on the screen when the report appears on the screen, but when you print it, it doesn't show up.
We, our next release, that is one of the enhancements we're making to the downloaded reports to include the message as well.
On page 4 and 5 of your direct testimony, you discuss features and custom access functions within MyWater. Is it possible for customers to reprint recent reports in MyWater, especially the 24 hours report that may not have been available a few days earlier?
So the customer, if I'm understanding the question correctly, can the customer reprint the same report for that 24-hour period at another time? Is that
Yeah,
what, what you're asking?
If has happened a number of times, the current data displayed has not been updated, and it goes more than 24 hours or more than a day, you can't reprint that 24 hours report. You get the next day's 24 hours report. So my question is, would it be difficult to add a feature that would let someone reprint a prior day's 24-hour report?
At the present time, no, but we've definitely noted this as a possible feature enhancement for the system. You know, again, this is still, you know, the first iteration of, you know, these types of, you know, AMI, you know, usage displays in MyWater. You know, again, we're continually working on improving, you know, the delivery and the customer experience for this type of data, and it's on our list of things to consider as we move along for the future.
On page 17, line 7 of your direct testimony, you discuss assistance to customers with questions about MyWater. At what point does customer care hand off questions to local office representatives? I think you call that an enhancement or acceleration process or something.
A customer service agent wouldn't typically hand off something directly to the local market. It would go through the escalation path, depending on the type of question or the type of issue that may be at stake. So, I mean, it could be a variation of different paths that question or the escalation would take, depending on the nature of the question.
Is the escalation process composed of various groups within the company? or is it centralized somewhere?
It's centralized, and it's similar to the process I described before, where if the CCA who's talking to the customer on the phone, has an issue that they don't have an answer to, typically they would talk to their supervisors. And if it goes beyond that, then the supervisors, depending on if it's a My Water type of question or issue, they would relay that to our group. We have a chat online. We have chats internally to talk, to find other answers, and also, connect with, either my team or the IT department or other teams that may have answers to that. If it's something operational in nature, it may go from there to the local market, but it would definitely go through an escalation path of at least going to the supervisor, who may have, additional knowledge that the particular CCNFO may not have at that particular moment.
What's that group or department called? Escalation?
It's still within our customer service group.
Customer service, okay. The 24 hours and the 30 days report, which I use mostly, are never date and time stamped. Why is that?
The timestamp that you download is in the it's actually in the file name. So when you download those files, it'll be part of the file name of the download in your downloads folder.
Why not print it on the report?
We don't
I
currently have-
realize that I may not print it for a day or two after I display it.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained. Please ask a different question, Mr. Moriarty.
The critical time would be when that information is displayed at the request of the customer. That is the critical time, day and time. Why is that not printed on the report?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
What I could say there is that we currently don't have that feature, available for the downloads, and something we could look at for future releases.
Well, it was one of the features suggested in my formal complaint, and I've yet, until this moment, had it even addressed.
And as I mentioned before too, all of the feature requests, we go through a governance process, and really from there we look at cost benefit of the changes. We prioritize things for My Water with customer feedback, with other projects, with other things initiatives that the company's doing. So, those feature requests are there, but we continue to prioritize to make sure that we're, doing the right spend of capital investment in these systems, so that we're, being good stewards of that ratepayer funds that go into the development for these systems going forward. So again, things we still will consider for, the future releases and so forth.
Well, if you're going to take that under consideration, please understand how I use it. The first thing I do when I display a report on the screen is I print it, and I write on there the day and time I print that report, which also tells me the day and time I requested that report, because that's, to me, is the most important information you provide on a report, is as of when.
Mr. Moriarty.
Do you agree with that?
I'm going to stop you. We need to focus on asking questions, and I would also caution the witness to only answer if there is a pending question. And Mr. Moriarty, I apologize for interrupting you.
On page 18, line 12 of your direct testimony, you indicate that there is no commission rule that applies directly to my water. Are you saying no rule applies to water usage?
This is really around the My Water application, which is an opt-in service. You know, customers have to opt in, they have to sign up for My Water, and it's a value add opt-in service for the customers to use.
Where else can customers get water usage?
That is the place where customers
Current
go to
water
get
usage.
usage. It's My Water.
No more questions.
Any commission questions for this
Thank you,
witness?
Derek.
Thank you.
Hearing none, any redirect? All right, I just want to say,
No, Your Honor,
do we have,
our pause was just the fact we were just making sure there weren't any other cross-examination questions, I guess, from Mr. Tarza before we moved on.
I heard none.
Oh,
Do you have some?
yeah,
Okay.
well, not some, I have, I think, one.
Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
It's a little line. Okay, so, Mr. Tarza, you said that My Water was deployed in 2021, correct?
Correct.
And, was there AMI deployed before that?
There was some areas of AMI that were deployed before that in 2021.
And were there any applications related to that AMI? Like
There wasn't-
customer facing? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but there was another application, I believe, that was used, you know, that was external to anything that American Water offered for the customer offering.
Okay, so the earlier AMI didn't have any sort of customer facing applications like My Water deployed in 2021, correct? Sorry.
In My Water, there still was usage available to look at for the customer, but it wasn't real time or near real time.
Okay, and did you do any sort of beta testing program with the My Water app with maybe a smaller group rather than sending it to the entire customer base prior to
In 2021?
2021, after 2021, before it became live across your service area?
I can't speak to prior to late 2021. I joined the company in October of 2021.
Okay. I'm checking to make sure that there was nothing else. Okay, I think that those were my only questions. Thank you.
Okay. Missouri American Water? Any redirect?
Is there any further cross-examination?
I assume if there was, someone would say something. Do you have anything, Carolyn? Do you have
Yeah,
something
I have
you'd
a
like?
couple questions.
Okay, absolutely.
Um,
I apologize.
That's okay, I'm
I
sorry.
should go through the list person by person, or party by party. I shall endeavor to do so.
Now, good afternoon, Mr. Tarza. Now, if a customer, other than using the My Water app, is there any other way that a customer can get their water usage information, like by calling customer service?
Customer service would be able to provide verbally over the phone what their usage is.
So, okay. So even if they can't get onto the My Water app, they can still get that information by calling.
Correct, yep.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
I'm hesitant to ask this, but redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. You were just asked a question regarding whether or not a customer could get their usage by calling customer service. Could a customer also view their meter directly to obtain usage information?
They can absolutely do so, yes.
I would like to clarify a few things regarding the timeline for MyWater implementation. You said that MyWater was introduced in 2021. As part of that initial introduction to MyWater, were the usage charts available at that time?
There were usage charts available, but they were not connected to the type of data that we have available today in MyWater.
And when did the usage charts become updated to what they are today?
That update was made to MyWater in December of 2023.
In addition, you were asked questions about the CCA responses from the June and July 2024 time period from DR 001, indicating that there was a lack of awareness regarding the usage charts in MyWater. What has been done since June or July of 2024 to increase CCA awareness about MyWater?
We've done exactly that. So we've done trainings, we've done refreshers, we've done what we call catch the wave messages that all the CCAs look at on a very regular basis to just really refresh the knowledge that they have on how AMI works. We've done, very, very simple flow charts to show, what steps the data takes and why the customer may see data in arrears of up to 72 hours so that they have a better understanding when they call in if they have questions about how the system works and what data might they be able to see to better explain it to the customers.
Mr. Moriarty also indicated that the company did not address the timestamp issue raised in his complaint. Can you summarize all of the items that have been addressed in MyWater?
So we can start with number one, the Greenwich Mean Time. The Greenwich Mean Time has been corrected in March of 2023. So the usage does display at the customer's time zone. So if Mr. Moriarty is in Central Time Zone, that usage will marry back up to his actual usage in Central Time. The second issue that we corrected was the 30-day look-back issue where, the usage was being basically truncated on that 29th day. That update was made in late January of 2025. So it shows the full usage on the 30-day look-back chart and downloads. The other couple of changes we've made as well were, we did make some changes in March and April this year to improve the no data display found issues or usage unavailable in the system. We did make an update in May of this year on the 30-day download was only showing 29 days. Not to be confused with the truncation issue, it just wasn't showing that 30th day of data on the download report. That was corrected in late May of this year as well. We have a couple of other changes that we did make going back to April again. Sorry, I'm out of order from a chronological standpoint, but we did add the verbiage to the chart that data may not be real time and maybe up to 72 hours in arrears in some cases. We're also making some more changes with our next release as well. Number one being the
Objection.
5E-
At this point, I think that we're getting a little away from relevance. They're talking about things that happened after. This complaint is something that happened earlier. So I appreciate hearing all of the updates. I just don't know how all of the updates relate to what Mr. Moriarty was originally complaining about, which was something that happened in the past.
I agree. I'm going to sustain the objection.
I don't get a chance.
Are we, have you completed your,
One moment, Your Honor. At this time, the company has no additional redirect.
okay, do you have any? If there's no recross, then,
I have one last question or two.
all right, Mr. Marty, you can ask one last question.
We're going to object, Your Honor. I mean, redirect is the last round of witness testimony in these proceedings for various reasons, but I guess I would object to any more questions at this point, but
Well, given that this witness is in Barcelona, I'm going to allow this one question, and only one.
I presented to Mr. Ebler earlier today 2 contact notes from July 15th, 2024 and June 19th, 2024. Do you have data request 0001?
I do.
Would you look at page 2 of that response?
One second. Yes, I'm on page 2.
Would you read this, the second to the last line on the page, please?
Resolution, I advise a BP that we could not see daily usage, would like to speak with someone else.
And on page 3,
Objection, Your Honor. This is several questions.
I agree. I'm going to sustain the.
did I ask this witness before?
Yes,
You said that
Mr.
you were gonna
Moriarty,
ask one
you've
question.
asked the questions that you are allowed
To this question?
to this witness. So, Mr. Tarza, I am going to excuse you and just tell you, buenas tardes y gracias por su tabla de hoy. Gustavo Barcelona.
Gracias.
De nada. All right. Do we have any more witnesses for Missouri American Water?
We do not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Staff, would you like to call your first witness?
I call Lisa Stockman.
Okay. Ms. Stockman, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Lisa Stockman, Lisa Stockman.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed and what's your position?
I'm employed by the Missouri Public Service Commission. I'm in the Customer Experience Department. I'm a research data analyst.
And have you prepared and filed testimony in this proceeding, specifically direct testimony dated August 5th, 2025, in question and answer form, which can I mark it as staff exhibit number, I'm not sure what number we're on.
I think we're on 11, maybe? 11.
11? Okay. Staff exhibit 11.
Yes,
And that, that direct testimony was filed as confidential and as public?
yes,
Okay. Do you have any changes or corrections to make to any of those documents?
no,
And if I were to ask you the same questions in those documents today, would your answers be the same or substantially the same?
yes,
And are those same answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
yes.
I offer Exhibit 11 into evidence and tender the witness for cross-examination. Any objections? Hearing none, it will be admitted. Thank you. Office of Public Counsel, cross-examination.
No questions.
Mr. Moriarty, do you have cross-examination?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
May I address you as Lisa?
You may.
On page 5 of 16, you talk about, in your direct testimony, you talk about the staff's investigation. Did you participate in the investigation?
Yes.
What was your role?
I was called SME. I'm the staff expert witness.
On in the first paragraph under that subject, staff investigation, it states, after receiving the formal complaint, staff spoke with Mr. Moriarty on January 21, 2025 to discuss the issues he raised. Who from the staff spoke with Mr. Moriarty?
I did, and I also had my coworker with me.
And there are notes to that
Yes,
interview?
I took notes, yes.
So those are the only two people that were involved in that interview,
Yes,
besides me?
yes.
Mr. Moriarty, you need to.
What's the best way to address questions about the statutes or the rules? Do you know those rules offhand, or you need a copy?
I have them with me.
Do you have them?
Yes,
20 CSR 4240-13.040 inquiries reads, point number 1 reads, a utility shall adopt procedures which shall assure prompt receipt through investigation and, where possible, mutually acceptable resolution of customer inquiries. What is the purpose of a water meter?
to register your water usage.
Does it include the need for a customer to manage water usage?
They can if they choose, yes.
Does it include the need for a customer to confirm billing accuracy as it relates to water usage?
Yes.
Where do customers of Missouri American Water Company get water usage?
They get the usage from Metropolitan. No, I'm sorry, that's the sewer district. I'm not sure.
Well, the meter would be one source, correct?
Right.
Where else can a company customer get information about their water usage?
They can call customer service. They can also use My Water.
You're aware that two of the data requests revealed that 2 customer care agents that had contact with Mr. Moriarty said they did not have daily water usage.
Correct?
Are you not aware of that?
I am.
Should customers expect CCAs to have information relevant to that customer's account?
Yes.
Would has the company filed such procedures?
I believe so, yes.
And where are those procedures displayed for the customers? Are they anywhere?
They should be, yes. They should be at the office, and they're also on the website.
So the customer would have to go to the company's office to understand the procedures about water usage?
It's also on the website.
Which website you talk about, the My Water?
Missouri American Water's website.
There was things such as rights and responsibilities, how to read your meter. I think there were those that at one time were displayed as part of My Water. I think it was called Customer Inquiries, or something to that effect. That's been taken off of My Water. In fact, I did not know where to find it until you responded to an email I sent asking about it. And that's a completely different website than My Water, which I didn't even know about, and I assume most customers didn't know about.
Objection, is there a question?
Do you have a question, Mr. Moriarty?
Yes. When was it moved from My Water?
That would be a question for the company. I do not know.
You know why it was moved?
I do not. That would be a question for the company.
But not part of the investigation?
No.
But you agree that customers should have data about their water usage to manage their water usage and to verify billing accuracy?
Yes.
And if they're not provided that information, isn't the company in violation of these rules?
It is provided on their website and at the company office. They also send it out to new customers.
Current data?
The rights and responsibilities, is that what we're talking about? And customer
No, I'm
rights?
talking about all of this.
They should, yes.
Primarily the water usage. That's the key for the customers. How
Right.
much water have they used?
How much water has Missouri American Water used?
No,
For
how
the
much
customer?
has the customer used that's been supplied by Missouri American Water?
That's on your billing statement.
Nowhere else?
You can get it off My Water. You can call customer service.
The staff report on page 7 of 16 reads as follows. Let me see if I can get that line number reference for you.
Page 7.
In the middle of the page, it says, Missouri American Water Company explains in its response to DR 0015 The data transfer process occurs 3 or 4 times a day. Therefore, there's a delay in the hourly usage the customer can view based on when data is transferred. Typically, there is a 4-hour delay in data availability for the customer to view their water usage. Is that a true statement?
That's the company's response to my data request. It came from DR0016.
Did you accept that answer?
Yes?
You didn't investigate further,
No, I did not.
despite the formal complaint?
I did not know.
Did not know what?
I did not investigate anymore.
On page 9, again in the middle of the pages, it says, while listening to phone calls between Mr. Moriarty and the company, staff observed cases of 4 unexpectedly dropped calls. How many total calls did the staff listen to?
I believe there were 9.
That's almost half. And Mr. Moriarty had complained about being hung up on repeatedly. What further investigation did you do?
I didn't do any more.
So you just accepted the company's answer that 4 unexpectedly dropped calls is normal?
I did listen to the calls, but I could not tell either. They didn't escalate to someone hanging up. And in reality, it does happen, unfortunately, whether it's a cell phone or something else, but I couldn't tell why the calls were dropped.
But even though Mr. Moriarty complained about repeated hang-ups, it didn't spark any curiosity as to whether these were truly the customer being hung up on?
I couldn't tell during my investigation that you were being hung up on, no. I don't know why the calls were dropped.
Mr. Moriarty, would you like to offer the staff report as an exhibit to be entered?
Yes, please.
Is there an objection?
I don't know that there's an objection. This is kind of similar to another observation, but it's an attachment, it's a schedule to Ms. Stockman's testimony. So I think you have admitted the staff report.
Yes, it should be part of Exhibit 11.
Okay, I didn't realize the entire staff report it's attached to the back of Ms.
Yes, it is.
Stockman's. Okay. All right, we'll just leave it admitted as part of Ms. Stockman's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Thank you, Ms. Kerr.
Do you have the formal complaint handy? Exhibit A. On page 1 of Exhibit A, does it not say that My Water provides up to the hour usage?
That's what it states, yes.
What does that mean to you?
Up to the hour, you should be able to, the most current hour, closest hour.
So relatively current, is that not correct?
Yes.
Is it really?
I don't use My Water, so I'm not sure. I understand you had concerns, some
But if it-
frustrations, but
But if it was showing data from 2 days prior, would you call that current?
no.
Turn to page 2. See the sentence immediately below the heading in there at the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
It's where it refers to real time.
Yes.
So the company's basically saying that up to the hour is real-time information. Does real-time mean anything to you other than up to the hour?
I can agree with that.
Would you consider My Water part of the company procedures?
Yes.
So if they're not following their own published procedures and advertising on the application, wouldn't that be a violation of the rules?
No.
Why?
Objection. I don't believe, we've gotten into legal analysis of a violation of commission rule, which I think is for briefing and the commission ultimately to decide, but.
I'm going to overrule the objection and allow her to answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Why is it not a violation of the rules? If it's part of the rules, if they don't follow it,
There's no rules or statutes that explain language like this. There's nothing that governs that.
but there are rules and regulations about water usage, are there not?
Sure.
And if the customer's primary source of water usage information is My Water, doesn't that come under the rules?
Possibly.
No more questions.
Are there any commission questions?
We have questions, Your Honor.
Did I skip you?
I believe so.
I didn't mean to. Go ahead.
Ms. Stockman, you were asked some questions about page 7 of 16 within the staff memorandum. And is it true that within that memorandum that staff made the observation that the option of real-time data is not available with the My Water portal? I'm looking at that paragraph that starts MAWC explains that you were talking about before, and if I go to the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, well, 5th to the 6th line down in that paragraph, given this information, unfortunately. Do you see that sentence?
I'm sorry, no. Where are you?
I'm on page 7 of
yes.
16.
Yes.
And then there's a paragraph, maybe halfway down, that says MAWC explains,
Yes.
comma. And then if I go down again, the 6th line of that paragraph that starts hourly usage,
Yes.
about 2/3 of the way through, there's a sentence that says given. Starts with the word given.
Yes. Yes.
And it says, given this information, unfortunately, the option of real-time data is not available with the My Water portal.
Yes.
And then that paragraph concludes doesn't it acknowledging that Missouri American is going to, or has at that point, displayed a ribbon at the bottom of the My Water portal to let customers know the data could be delayed up to 72 hours?
Yes.
You mentioned the website, or you referred to the website for the company. By that, do you mean the Missouri American Water Company website?
Yes.
The one that would come up if you were to search those words?
Yes.
Okay, and that is separate and different than the My Water application, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And I think it was mentioned earlier, the My Water application is something that a customer actually has to sign up for.
Yes.
On the other hand, any person utilizing the internet can make it to the Missouri American Water Company website, correct?
Correct.
And when you talk about these various documents being posted to the website, then it's that open to the world website where those documents are provided, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned having reviewed 9 recorded calls. I guess in my mind, there were about 14.
Okay.
But my question for you is, are you certain about 9, or could it
I
have
am
been more?
not certain about 9, no.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for now, Your Honor.
Are there any commission questions?
Your Honor, the OPC does have a quick question.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't realize that we had missed us until Mr. Cooper was speaking. I am looking through the report. Did you speak at all about the placement, the moving of his water meter? I'm trying to find it. The moving of his water meter into that pit.
I believe so. Page 4
Of the
staff report.
of the staff report. And can you give a quick summary of staff's findings?
Sure. I believe that Mr. Moriarty had a faulty, maybe a toilet handle. And so he had called a plumber to come out. And when they came out, there was a problem at the curb stop that they could not get the water shut off. And because of that, they had to have Missouri American Water come out to fix that curb stop. And at that time, Missouri American Water moved his meter from inside his home to a meter pit in his yard.
And did staff have any findings related to the moving of his meter from inside his home to his yard?
No.
Okay.
Missouri American Water is in the process of moving meters that are inside people's homes. They're moving them outside for convenience, safety, yeah.
I understand that.
Okay.
You might not be the appropriate person to ask this to. Has staff faced any other concerns regarding customers who are no longer able to see the physical meter because of the new placement into?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. But for customers who are older and may have that concern, even if you haven't seen them yet, the fact that if my water might not be accurate and they might not be able to go see their physical meter might be an issue.
Possibly, yes.
And if they were to look on a Saturday or Sunday or at 9 p.m. instead of between 7 and 7, that would raise a greater concern.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Some redirect, yes. Thank you. Now, when you were getting the information on the calls, did you follow the procedure, the staff procedure to get that information?
Yes, I did.
And when you were listening to those calls, did those calls appear, the calls that were dropped, you said you couldn't really tell whether the reasons they were dropped. Did any of them seem to be argumentative or
No.
any?
Mm-mm.
And during some of those calls, when you say some of them seem to be just dropped, can you explain how some of them, if any of them were just like dropped in the middle of a conversation, or were some of them, did there seem to be an ending to those calls, or?
It was in the middle of the call, yes, not at the end. A few times someone was actually speaking, and then it just went silent.
Okay. And according to commission rules, is water usage required to be shown on the bill?
Yes,
And is it shown on the bill?
yes.
Okay. And do all water and sewer companies regulated by the commission have the water usage on their bill,
Yes, they do.
including MAWC?
Yes.
Okay. And do all these companies have water usage available online for usage, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did you make findings on the water meter, on the reason they moved the water meter from the inside of his house, Mr. Moriarty's house, to the outside of his house? Did you have findings in your staff report about that?
Nothing more than that's what the company is transitioning. All meters that are inside the home, they are moving outside.
Okay. And it's part of their policy that they're doing that?
Yes, yes.
Did you find that the moving of the meter did not violate any commission rules when they did that?
It did not violate any.
Okay. Now, the primary source of Mr. Moriarty or any customer to determine what their water usage is that the My Water app, or is that, what is that? What would their primary source of information be to determine their water usage
From Missouri American Water.
from Missouri American Water?
Like I said, they can call the customer service line and speak with a CCA. There's the My Water app that they can check as well.
But what's the ultimate source, the primary source?
I would call customer service, or they can look at their bill. It's on their bill, so they can reference their bill as well.
Is there anything that requires customer service personnel to be located in Missouri?
There is not. There's no rule, statute, nothing.
Okay, as long as they are, as long as they're familiar with Missouri rules, regulations?
Yes.
Okay. And your finding was that they did?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay. Ms. Stockman, you may be excused. Does staff have any further witnesses?
No.
Okay. This will be, since OPC has no witnesses, this will be the close of testimony. In terms of housekeeping, I would like data requests 6, 12, 1, and 27 sent to me. Ms. Kerr, will you send them to me, please?
Sure.
Does anyone have any matters, post matters, before we discuss briefs? No? Would anyone like to do a closing statement in lieu of briefs?
No, we would prefer to brief, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have a proposed briefing schedule?
I could come up with one, I suppose. My memory is that the transcript is what, 10 business days before we'll likely see that. If we could do that period plus another 10, and I'm not wed to that, just as a possible starting place.
Does anyone have an objection to briefs being due 20 days from now? Great.
Well, I think the first 10 is 10 business days for the court reporter, so it has to be a little bit more than,
Well, let's say 20 business days then.
okay.
Yeah,
That'd be,
great.
Mr. Moriarty, just so you're clear on what happens, the brief is your opportunity to tell the commission, based on what you have heard here today, the strong points in your case and why you think the commission should rule in your favor one more time. And when we say 20 business days, that means not calendar days, that means just weekdays. So you have 20 business days from now to send me your brief. Do you have any questions about that procedure? No? Okay.
Oh, I have a quick question. And I am so sorry, we are also including Labor Day in that, is that correct?
If you want another
Since it's
day
not-
besides
no,
Labor
no,
Day,
I just,
that's fine with me.
what I mean is, I'm just trying to calculate, so it would be the 26th of September, is that right?
Well, Labor Day's a holiday, so that doesn't count.
Right.
Well, it
that's-
doesn't count in the rules of civil procedure, but this is an administrative, you know, if she wants an extra day, she can
No,
have
I
it.
just wanted to make sure they are due, briefs would be due on the 26th of September, is that right? Sorry, that,
All right with me if it's all right with the parties.
It's fine.
Okay, the 26th it is.
And just so I'm sure, what number exhibit was DR number 1 and number 27? I think that was 9 and 10, but I'm not sure. Or maybe that was 11, I don't know.
DR1 is Exhibit 8, DR27 is Exhibit 10.
Okay. Okay. And I need to get copies for you guys of all those DRs?
Yes,
Okay,
6, 12, 1, and 27.
okay.
Will that be a list with the transcript? A list of the exhibits with the transcript?
Yes, a list of the exhibits will be attached to the transcript.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you all for coming, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
We're off the record.